Right. Hello, everybody. Howdy, Zach. Howdy, Dave. Everybody raiding with Aaron for 20 Toki Tilapia. Welcome. Copping the Patriot in the house. What's up? Hi, Mr. Sumerian. What's up, Froggy? To Kaz. Cheers, brother. Howdy, dear. Looks like everybody's on Twitch tonight. What's our favorite nut? Oh, boy. Is that a loaded question, Froggy? I like Spanish peanuts myself. Or dry roasted peanuts. Though there's not much that can compare to a really good homemade pecan pie. One-minute warning to all those who partake. Load up your bowls. Roll your joints. Load your bongs. But get ready because the goat is coming. Brother Bill, good to see you. Mr. Dallas. Yeah, I like cashews too, but I got a problem. I eat too many of them and I get sick because they taste so fucking good. I'm not big on seeds. I'll eat sunflower seeds every once in a while, but I don't like pumpkin seeds or anything else. Fire in the bowl. Now, have you ever had pine nuts? Those are pretty good. Now, if you go all fancy, like with pastry, I do like a good poppy seed roll every once in a while. Usually around the holidays. Oh, Carpenter, I got dill plants that have been growing my place for 40 years. When I'm cutting grass, I usually stop and pick and munch little handfuls throughout the day. I love fresh dill. Wild onion and wild garlic are also prevalent around here. That's something I've never had before. I've never had a leek. I think I got some leek seeds. I will have to try them out. Oh yeah, fresh tomatoes from the garden with a little bit of coarse salt. That's all you need. Now, what about shallots? Have you ever had shallots? They're like a really mild onion. Oh yeah, I've had ramps. Ramps are delicious. Yeah, you don't find them too much around. You can find them. You got to look for them. They're not that prevalent. Southern Ohio, but they're all over the place. And then further north, we get fiddlehead fronds, little fern type plants. You get those when they're just starting to shoot and bud. You get them when they're nice and fresh. Steam them in some garlic butter. Oh, baby. Yeah, drive safe, Dallas. Don't buy anything with high fructose corn syrup. I challenge you. Yeah, that's awesome, Carpenter. Your dog shells peanuts by herself. That's it's fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm not so much a fan of asparagus, though. Only had it a few times and only cared for it once. But that was at a fancy restaurant. Around here, northern part of Ohio, we have historically a small regional wine zone where you get a lot of wild grapes that grow naturally, but then you get some offshoots of old wineries that have gone defunct, and people, spread the grapevines around, and they get intermingled with the native stuff. I got wild grapevines that grow on the one side of my barn. They make for a nice snack in the summertime. Oh, I'd really love to have a grapefruit right now. Oh, that'd be so good. And I don't do the mushrooms. Nope, not for me. And if you're looking for natural foods, the best book that I can recommend is the Peterson's Field Guide to Edible Wild Plants. It's like the go-to Bible for me for the last 30 years for anything that you can eat from outside. Now, I would eat a mushroom in a true wilderness survival emergency if I was really fucking hungry. But other than that, nope, I don't like mushrooms. What's up, Chris? Now, my dad, he was good he loved mushrooms, and he would always go out and pick edible ones out in the yard and in the field and everything. He did it his whole life, and he never got sick or poisoned or anything, so. Somebody needs to get up here on stage and keep me company, because I'm tired of talking to myself. Yeah, I have seen chicken of the woods around here. That's one of the more prevalent things. And puffballs, the big old ones that you find in the middle of a field. Supposedly those are edible when they're young. Now, supposedly here in Ohio, I've never seen it, but you can still find wild ginseng, but you have to get a license from the state in order to go harvest it. What's up, bro?
All right, how you doing?
Oh, not too bad.
Okay, just to let you know, I'm really low on battery life, so
Okay.
yeah. I'll hang up here with you for a minute.
It's all good.
My dog is scary smart.
Sounds like it.
I mean, I never had a dog do this before, where she could literally open jars of peanut butter and open.
What breed is she?
The only cans she opens are the ones with the pull tabs. But one day I came home, she had a freaking can of minestrone soup on the freaking ground, and had popped the lid open and was licking it. Yeah.
Nice.
I never thought a dog would do stuff like that. She shells her own peanuts. She eats freaking, I mean, lemons. Yeah, she's a cur. She's a cur hound.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, I have to hide food from her. And I'm like, one of these days I'm going to come home and I'm going to see her with an apron on, freaking cooking food with the refrigerator door open. Standing there at the stove. My friend said he trained his cat to actually use a toilet.
You know, I've heard it's possible, but I wouldn't trust my cats to do it. They're kind of dumb. They'd fall in and drown.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that could happen. Well, but she'll eat oranges, and when I'm dehydrating fruits and stuff, she'll eat every kind of fruit that I'm dehydrating. Tomatoes included. Who knew? I just can't imagine dogs doing that. She doesn't get sick either. That's the strange part about it. I would think, a dog would get sick. None of my dogs. Here's another weird thing. I had a German Shepherd. He was the only dog out of all my dogs that actually wanted beer. Yeah.
Like Spuds McKenzie.
I tested all my other dogs to see if they like beer. Pour a little beer in their water dish, But my German Shepherd was the only one that would drink beer. How does that happen?
Oh, just to address Carpenter in the chat. This is Canoes. I'm typing under the game name. I don't think Wizard's in yet. I haven't seen him yet. He was in Aaron's chat. He's probably cooking dinner right now.
Yeah. I wonder, is there a German breed of cat?
Yeah, I think so. A couple of them. Can't think of the names offhand.
Be curious to find out if German cats like beer too.
You know, my one cat, she'll try anything once if you put it in front of her, and she kind of likes the twisted tea that I drink. I can put some in a little dish and she'll lap it all up.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's other dogs that drink beer. All I know is my German Shepherd did, and all my other dogs won't. Because I've tested with every other dog I've had.
Carpenter says that you need to get the baby locks on your cabinets to keep your dogs out of your food.
Oh, yeah. I'll come home one day and my dog will be standing there at the stove cooking. She already talks.
Yeah, my cats talk.
I had a poodle when I was a little kid. We had a poodle, and that dog talked. It would say, "I want out." Literally say it like human words.
We had a cat. The only human thing she ever said was water when she was thirsty. She could say water.
My dog would tell my border collie would tell me when she wanted water by acting like she was in a dry desert, and she'd start coughing and acting like she was thirsty. And I knew she was telling me she wanted water.
Yeah, Bubba, my grandfather used to go visit a distant relative once or twice a year who lived in New York, and the guy was a pig farmer. And me and my dad both hated, we dreaded him coming back because my grandfather would smell like pig shit for like the next week, and his entire car would smell like pig shit. Yeah.
But you could train a pig like a dog.
Yeah, pigs are super smart.
I mean, they won't even shit in the house and stuff. You could potty train them and everything. The only thing is those hoofs going across the floor.
Yeah, I don't want livestock in my house.
Yeah, my stepdad had a pet pig. And the pig would go outside and everything. I mean, it was a very clean animal.
I don't want to get too close to my bacon, though. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. The worst thing you ever do to an animal, if you're planning on harvesting it, is give it a name. Yep.
Exactly.
That's why, if there's any Chelseas in the chat, I apologize, but I got to tell you, I remember Chelsea the cow on the Borden milk cartons. And every time I hear the name Chelsea, I think of that.
So how was the weather out there today?
It was amazing. I think it must have got into the 60s probably. I felt like it was in the 60s, and I didn't have to wear a coat or anything.
Yeah, it was still 30s here today, so I stayed inside.
Yeah, it was sunny. I was working on stuff. I was out handing out business cards, trying to drum up some work. Got my haircut today. I was thinking, man, I would like to have a hair like I had back before I went in the Army. I can't bring myself to do it. I can't let my hair get long. I just can't. I try, and I just wind up either taking a freaking clippers to my own head, and, right down the bed.
For the close to 20 years, I used to take clippers to my head every 3 months. Just buzz it completely down, and every 3 months do it again. But I kind of slacked off the last couple of years, and now I think last time I clipped it was just over a year ago.
Well, my one son, he buzzes it right down to the scalp. So
yeah, that's what I did. It's like in the summertime, it's so nice because it's almost like having air conditioning on your head.
And like, we're fortunate. I mean, we don't have like some weird shaped looking heads or anything, so it doesn't look too bad. I remember when I was going through basic training, and all these guys you see come in with long hair, big afros, everything, and go through the line and just get it all shaved off right down enough.
Yep.
And the shape of people's heads are just, I mean, there were football heads.
Mm-hmm.
There were heads that looked like Stewie.
Well, I just remember every time that I used to shave my head, like my hair grows fast. So within like 3 or 4 days, I'd have, a little bit of bristly hair coming through and everything that was all uniform length. And I'd always get these female customers at my job that come in and they're like, ooh, that looks nice. Let me touch your head. And they would just like run their hand over my head, like the bristly, like, oh, that feels so nice. And I'm like, okay. It turns you on. More power to you.
You'd see people with great big craniums and sloping foreheads, and people with great big foreheads and no cranium. It was just weird. When you see all these people go through, come in just newly inducted into the Army, and they get all their heads shaved, and you're like, I didn't know people had head shaped like that. But it's all good.
Yeah, I've only paid for one haircut in like the last 30 years.
Really?
Yeah, I do it myself. The only time that I paid for one was because my clippers were broken and I had a funeral I had to go to, and I didn't want to look like an idiot.
Well, I can't really cut my hair very well in the back.
Oh, yeah, that's a pain in the ass if you don't have the right mirrors set up and everything.
Well, my eyesight's not good enough. I try to cut my hair in the back, and man, it's just terrible. So I pretty much just cut the front, and I wind up with a mullet, a Joe Dirt haircut.
Joe Dirt. Yeah, I've kind of got a mullet going now. It's Yeah, it's reaching the base of my neck, between my spine, between my shoulders.
Yeah, business in the front.
It's about time.
Business.
I'm like Aaron. I think
back.
I'm gonna chop my beard and shave my head in like the next couple of weeks.
And then there's the Dennis Espinosa beard.
Yeah, he's got a good beard.
Kind of a wizard looking beard.
Yeah, years ago, my beard, I let it go crazy, and I went 6 years without touching it for the most part. Fucker was down to my belly button.
I just don't like it when my sideburns kind of itch my ears.
Well, I got sick and tired of like it getting stuck in zippers and getting food stuck in it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's always a pain in the ass.
Getting it burned. Every time you do fire in the bowl, you freaking get your beard singed. And the walrus mustache.
Fuck, I remember I used to get kind of razzed on my beard because it wasn't like a smooth flowing beard. My beard hair is like kind of like real thin and not straight. It's curly. So it gets a little bushy and everything. And people would like start saying like, man, you look like you're from Lord of the Rings. like the dwarf.
Well, here's a trip. A friend of mine, his grandpa actually was killed in a mill because his grandpa, he was a blacksmith, a long-time blacksmith, and he was in a mill and got his beard caught in a freaking spindle.
Oh yeah,
and sucked him into the freaking thing and killed him.
Yeah, I know stories from my father working in factories. All the guys that had beards, they had to tie them up and tuck them underneath their shirt, collar and everything before they could go work on the machines for that same reason.
Yeah. In that way, though. I mean, wow. And then I worked in a shop. I ran the wet coating booth in this shop. We did powder coating and wet coating and everything, and I painted 500 missiles a day for the Air Force.
Nice.
And this guy, this Mexican kid that was working in there, he was walking through with a wheelbarrow. He had a wheelbarrow full of stuff, and all of a sudden he went by this big giant fan, this big giant exhaust fan, and the something got sucked out of his wheelbarrow, and he kind of like reached, and he got sucked into the fan. It got all chopped up, and it spit him all over the freaking ceiling and everything. And parts of him are still in the ceiling of that shop to this day.
Jeez.
Yeah, I know it's kind of a macabre story, but man, there's a lot of workplace injuries like that where people get killed on stuff.
Well, there's a video on YouTube. You're talking about missiles and shit. There was this guy got caught on video. He was on I don't know if it was a destroyer or a cruiser, but it was one of those Aegis Navy ships. they had the vertical launch cells for the missiles in the deck.
Yeah.
And they were doing a test fire of a missile, and they're supposed to have the decks cleared of all personnel, and apparently this guy didn't get the message. And you see this guy, he's just wandering around the fantail of this boat, and there's a klaxon siren going off, and all of a sudden he starts running as fast as he can for a door, and a fucking missile blows out of the cell, you know, and then you get the launch bloom fireball. I don't know how the guy didn't get burned alive. He must have been just outside of the radius of the fire. But like another step, you know, backwards, and he would have been toast all over the fantail of that ship.
Yeah.
Then there's the dude. You ever seen the video of the guy that was on the deck of an aircraft carrier and he got sucked into the engine of a jet?
No.
It was like an A6 Prowler. He's like working on the landing gear or something, and he just walked right past it, but he was standing too close, and he just got sucked right in. Helmet saved his life.
Well, this job I'm telling you about, it was actually before I started working there, and man, the guy pointed up at the ceiling, and he's like, "See that up there? That's the guy that got sucked in by the fan."
What's up, Dennis?
He's still there. Parts of him are still there in that ceiling. And then I had another guy was telling me that up on the oil rigs, he had somebody fell off of one of the oil rigs and fell down into a grate and got cubed. Literally cubed. Yeah.
Lovely.
In the grate. It was like 100 feet in the air or whatever. It was a big ass oil rig.
Yeah, statistically, offshore oil rig work is like some of the most deadly, you know, occupations in the world, right up there with the crab boat guys.
There was a movie about an oil rig accident a few years back. Remember what the name?
No, I can't think of it.
Let's see if I can find it.
Then there was another one out of the open pit copper mine over here. There was like 16 electricians that they had a high voltage hot wire hit the water, and they were all standing in the water, and they all got electrocuted and killed.
Mark Wahlberg, Deepwater Horizons, was supposed to be based on a true event.
Okay, yeah, that does sound familiar now. Heck, we had there's a small power substation a few miles from here where a worker got killed a few years ago. Somehow he was doing service in there, and he had shut off the ventilation, and there happened to be a chlorine gas leak, and he got gassed with chlorine. Not a fun way to go.
Well, another one that a lot of people die from in the oil industry is H2S gas. They get that H2S gas and their monitors go off. And the monitors aren't to save their lives. It's to save the lives of the rescuers when they come to help them.
Mm.
So you'll see somebody laying there dead, and they're like, don't go and mess with it. You know, they have to come in with SCBA gear.
Yep.
And paper suits and whatever. I don't know what all they use, but I've never seen it happen, but it does happen.
What is it? Hydrogen disulfide?
It's H2S gas. It's you don't smell it. You just die before you smell it. You don't even know what happens to you. You just freaking die.
Yeah, just plain hydrogen sulfide.
That's what it is. It's hydrogen sulfide, yes.
I thought I'd go with the wizard look since you made the comment in the chat.
but it stays pretty low. The gas does, and a lot of times when you go out to the oil rigs and you'll see if there's a yellow flag up, there'll be like a windsock or something. It'll be yellow or red. If it's red, it means H2S is loose. Yellow means danger of it. And I rolled up on an oil rig one time, and freaking man, lo and behold, it had a yellow and a red flag, and I didn't know what it meant. They're like, dude, you better get out of the area. What's wrong? I was up in Wyoming, and he said, there's H2S gas loose. You could die. So I bugged out of there. I had no idea. Later on, I did a little research and found out what it was about. Because I didn't know that much about it when I was up there. I was just up there looking for a job.
I still think it's crazy you were doing all that painting at those nuclear plants. I wouldn't want to work in a fucking nuke plant.
I did it. I painted nuclear plants.
We had a real close call here in Ohio about 10 years ago. We got 2 nuclear reactors on the shore of Lake Erie. One's west of Cleveland, one's east of Cleveland. The one that's west of Cleveland, it's actually out by where Sick Pat was. They did an inspection, and they found that one of the, I think it was the cap of one of the reactor vessels, had unmitigated corrosion going on for God knows how long, probably 20 years, that no one had noticed. And it came within 1/8 of an inch of breaching the vessel, and it could have caused, a full meltdown. They lucked out big time.
I worked on our country's very first boric acid leak on a reactor head. And my job was chipping the stalactites off the reactor head.
Lovely.
Yeah. And I exceeded my allowable dose and got an extension on what I was allowed to, receive as far as a dosage goes.
Uh-huh.
And I still kept on working, and I worked 15 hours a day, 7 days a week on that fucker. 16 hours sometime. I was racking in so much overtime you can't even imagine, and getting paid per diem and everything.
Did you glow in the dark for a while?
I still glow in the dark.
Okay.
That's why I'm a ghost.
Oh, I thought it was because like this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
Yeah, but this is down in Florida. This reactor head was down in Florida. It was a boric acid leak. It was all just crusted with boric acid.
Was that Turkey Point?
Yep, and it was all highly radioactive. Man, I'm telling you what, I got a lot of freaking dose. I was in forced air respirator, paper suit, the whole freaking thing, complete bubble suit.
I saw a video the other day. I subscribed to this channel on YouTube that does historical documentaries on a lot of the old testing that they did back in the 50s and the 60s. And they were showing Operation Plumb Bob, and they had these Department of Energy guys running around like an hour after the blast, and they're driving a pickup truck through ground zero, and they get out, they're taking readings and everything, and they're only wearing like a gas mask. I was like, oh my God. You poor guys. What's up, Wiz?
What's happening?
There he goes.
Yep. Oh, I had to go to town today.
You didn't take your gun, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, your mama didn't sing you that song. Don't take your gun to town, son.
Oh no, no, it's kind of
Usually you're gun at homeboy.
No, everybody in Missouri
Executive
takes their gun to town.
yeah. What are you talking about? Half
They
of
don't, they don't like that slug in Missouri, huh?
them, well, I don't know about like or what, but but yeah, no, it's not a problem around here.
That's not a problem here either.
In fact, they kind of think it's weird if you don't.
You're
So
kind of liberal if you don't, huh?
Right, you're the outcast, right? Right.
so they have nuclear divers that dive into the water containment area around the reactor head. You know what these guys make? At that time in the 1980s, mid 1980s, they were making $100 an hour, and they probably worked 2 hours at best, but they got paid for all the time they were on standby.
Yeah,
So
that's the makeup for the fact that there's no way on earth that they could possibly get insurance.
Right, and they won't live to be 30.
Yeah. That's like the guys that they hire to dive around the tuna fisheries off of Australia, and they fight the sharks to protect the tuna. Fuck that shit.
Wow.
Yeah, it's true. There's the tuna fisheries. They'll catch tuna live from independent boats, and then they pen them up in the water with like temporary like cages, but they're susceptible to shark attacks. So they hire these divers to just dive around the perimeter of the underwater fencing, and they fight off the sharks with spear guns and whatever. No thanks.
No,
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wizard, I found a shirt for you.
You found a shirt.
A party shirt.
Oh yeah, check it out. I kind of like that. I like that.
If you're gonna go big.
That's right. Whoa, shit. That's cool as hell. I actually like that.
My dad would have worn something like that.
Hell yeah.
It's a little too flashy for my style, but it's cool. But I do need to get a couple Hawaiian shirts just because.
You have to send me a link on that one or something.
Let me see. Okay, let me grab it here. Hold on. Let me switch glasses.
Gotta be
My
ready for the
other
booze.
two monitors are polarized, and I'm wearing polarized glasses. When I look at them, I have to tilt my head to see anything.
well, I saw Walmart had some Aloha shirts over there. Got to be careful though. They might think you're one of the Boogaloo boys.
Here you go. I put the link in the chat in StreamYard, Wiz.
Okay.
You got to watch some of these sites though. Some of them put a product in that they're scams. So check this site out first.
I got it.
I might be tempted to get that too. I might wear it once.
I've got a couple Patriot shirts like that. I like
nice.
that. Yeah. But not like this one. Not like that one. Just,
That's screaming loud.
Yeah,
I like my my Kyle Rittenhouse shirt.
Yeah, don't skate on me.
Don't skate on me.
That's badass.
I got the patch too. That's on my body armor. Did you ever get more body armor? I know you were looking, Bill.
No, I'm not looking right now. I've got the hard body armor, so it's good to go.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I do have.
So I can get some more sales coming in, man. Stuff like that.
I do have one panel of soft body armor. It's kind of a gorget. It covers the upper part around your neck and your heart.
Gotcha.
Rock on. But Yeah, no shit. I picked up cherry tree and some blueberry bushes today.
Cool.
Two cherry trees and 4 blueberry bushes.
Now, I don't know about the cherry trees, but I know blueberries prefer an acidic soil.
Yep.
But if you're going to be planting them where the roses are, they'll do just fine because roses like acidic soil too.
They like the same exact atmosphere. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So rose bushes seem to be doing real good along the front of the house. It's a south facing wall. And so I'm on just clean that up and do that, and then I'm gonna cover it in river rock underneath it.
Cool.
Yeah, I was watching a video along that topic about soils, and so I stopped cutting, and I told my wife, don't even pull dandelions because apparently they condition the soil. They actually change the soil for the better.
What, dude?
Carpenter.
Dandelions, just leave them, eat them or leave them alone. That actually fix your soil. I'll find that video and post that link too.
Yeah.
You
Carpenter.
get send it out. You get dandelions in Missouri?
Yep.
They're the unofficial state flower in Ohio.
Right.
So Carpenter likes cotton shirts. I'm partial to silk shirts. I just can't find them anymore.
Goodwill store.
Right.
Yeah, seriously.
I found one actually at not a Goodwill, but another thrift store that was.
Yeah.
Big
Any place
Brothers.
that has used clothing, that people can sell. I used to buy a lot of silk shirts at Goodwill back when I was in high school. That was my thing.
But they're self-extinguishing, so you won't get burn holes in them when you do fire in the bowl. And they also they keep you warm and they keep you cool. Both. Silk shirts are amazing. It's the strongest material in the world. The strongest fibers, I think, that are natural.
Goodwill is racist. What?
It is. Goodwill is racist. It should be Good Jamal or Good Jose, not Goodwill.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a bad joke.
I know.
Yeah, around here we got a Salvation Army thrift store that you can actually get some good stuff pretty cheap.
You know why Mexican jokes and black jokes are bad?
Why?
Once you heard, oh man, I blew the punchline. Once you heard Juan, you heard Jamal. Once you heard Juan, you heard Jamal.
Yeah,
true.
That's good.
But so anything news today?
Say again?
Anybody see anything in the news today?
No.
No.
I don't pay attention to it too much lately. It's just like so and so blasted so and so. So they said some words. Post something when it's real. Report something when it's real. I don't care who said anything about who else and how they blasted them or anything else. It doesn't mean anything. Just words. Wake me up when they put Hillary in jail.
Right.
And Biden in an old folks home for perverts.
Senate Dems are defecting from the $15 federal minimum wage suggestion.
Oh, that was going to happen regardless.
Yeah, they're brightening up. They realize what'll happen. People lose their jobs.
Right.
Did you see when Biden was giving his press conference the other day? They cut off his live feed after he said that he would take questions. He went off script and they just fucking gave him the axe. He literally said, like, yes, I'm more than willing to take questions if that's what I'm supposed to do. And then they cut him right off.
If he had to ask if that's what I'm supposed to do, he had to say that. Huh?
That's funny.
What a fucking puppet.
He's like got the IQ of a Muppet. Like literally.
What happened to having a State of the Union address? That's usually held in February.
Yeah.
National emergency.
Last time there wasn't one was like 87 years ago or something.
So yeah.
You know, what was it? Last year's State of the Union. It was probably the greatest one I've ever seen. When they gave Rush Limbaugh the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
That was great.
Yeah, that was fucking awesome.
The press secretary says Biden's too busy with COVID crisis to hold press briefings.
Sure
There's one thing I
is.
saw too. I saw the number of migrant children, and they're just denying that there's an issue. Number of migrant children and migrants total at the border.
Yeah, they're pulling all the kids away from these people again.
I'm looking at my local news page for the AM station that's big in Cleveland. And they got their usual leftist, bullshit conforming articles on top. Big local grocery chain will host its first ever supplier diversity week. That's the headline article for the entire page. And then, woman snuck tiny 22 caliber revolver into jail by hiding it in her body.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah, that shouldn't happen. I speak from experience. Okay, I've spent one night in jail. I've been arrested once in my life. And when I was arrested, I was told to assume the position against the wall and spread them. I'm like, what? He's like, spread your cheeks, boy. I'm like, what? I need to make sure you ain't carrying nothing in the jail with you. I'm like, are you serious? He's like, I'm dead serious. I'm like, okay.
Wow. Yeah, no.
You should have said you got to buy me dinner.
Yeah, it's getting stupid, dude. I can't.
Yeah, there's nothing earth shattering or important in the news right now. It's all just low key bullshit that they're trying to push to keep us, distracted from what's going on.
I'm just hoping the level of incompetency keeps on going up, where people will just say, "Screw this." Or it's so apparent something gives. I guess Harris is doing the calls with other nations instead of Biden now, too.
Yeah, she took a call with Netanyahu that she shouldn't have.
Yeah, Netanyahu's a snake, too.
fire in the bowl.
Brought to you by Sussex Creepy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
.com.
Wasn't there an advertisement spoof on that Prairie Home Companion show?
I haven't listened to that in forever. Is
That.
that still on?
I don't think so, but
yeah, I don't think that dude's still alive. I think Garrison Keillor died a long time ago.
Yeah, I used to listen to it all the time too.
Well, my problem is you could only hear it on NPR stations. And when NPR went completely fucking liberal 15 years ago, I gave up on listening to NPR. Yeah, he's still alive.
Oh, I found it. Here it is. Here, I'll play it for you in a second here.
He's 78.
Can you guys see these? I'm going to try and highlight it. No, you can't.
How am I going to do this?
Let me pull it up on full screen.
I don't know if you can see there's several of them that are sprouting. I got
Yeah, we can see the dots of the seeds, but we can't see the sprouting.
Okay. But yeah, no, they're jamming. I got to get them in the ground now. Dude, I think all 6 of them UK Ultra came out. Hell yeah. I think they're all hitting.
Tanya's in the house. What's up, Tanya? Dennis gets up and just fades away into his background screen. That was crazy.
I know.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Trying to do the wizard thing. Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, but those will go in the ground tomorrow. Those will go in the pot. I got pots set up.
Nice.
And watered them again tonight. They'll be ready for planting tomorrow.
I actually think that I could do some germinating right now.
Yeah.
It seems like it's, they usually say March 15th where I live.
Well, normally we don't plant till damn near April. But
Dennis, when you walked off, you like disappeared into your background screen. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. We really tripped too. Let's see. Headphones. Where's my thing?
Man.
I need another drink. I'll be right back.
Oh, there we go.
You know what time it is?
Time for pie.
It's time for pie. You got it. I picked up more Easter bunnies today. They had the 1 pound chocolate bunnies. I picked up 3 of them. Hell yeah. Cherry pie. So, what else you got going on there, Bill?
Stuff.
Oh, come on. You got your garden going yet, Dennis?
Dennis?
Muted.
Dennis is muted. Maybe he's watching something else. I got a truck full of lumber.
Oh yeah.
Yep. You heard of coal lumber, right? I was talking about it a while back.
Okay.
It's when you go back to the back of Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever,
Uh huh.
and you ask them where the rack of coal lumber is. Well, I made an acquisition there. It was a lot cheaper. A lot of them are kind of banana boards,
Right.
but I'll cut them down and make them into other stuff.
Weight them down. Weight them down with cinder block.
Right, right. I've done that. I've done that. Yep.
Dennis fell out with the red button.
Yeah,
She's back.
apparently I switched mics. I gotta go back in StreamYard. Here you
But
go. Here's
I
this
got,
biscuit. Here's this biscuit thing that you remind me of every time you talk about your biscuits.
I got some warped long hardwood.
I'll finish your hardwood talk there. Well, Bill, sorry to interrupt you.
I got some warped hardwood for cheap.
Nice.
So I'm gonna take that and wet it and do exactly what he's saying with well, I've got cinder block and some other stuff. I'll use it to weigh it down. Try and straighten it out.
Yep. As long as it's on a flat surface, it'll straighten up.
It's frustrating. I go like to Lowe's or Home Depot, and I gotta go through 20 sticks of wood before I find 3 of them that are straight.
It's all coal wood over there.
Right.
So might as well go to the coal wood rack and get their warped stuff and then try and straighten it.
You know.
It's not hard to straighten. I was a carpenter for a while, for about 4 years. Used to do framing.
Mm-hmm.
I know all about that.
So you didn't have to sing "If I Were a Carpenter and You Were a Lady." You could sing "I Am a Carpenter and You Are a Lady."
If I was a carpenter,
Right.
I'd hammer in the morning. I'd hammer in the evening. I'd hammer all over this land.
Well, it'll help if I turn this on.
I was gonna say it's
We're
just
getting retarded.
This first half hour of our show brought to you as always by Powder Milk Biscuits and the Big Blue Dog. This first half hour of our show brought to you as always by Powder Milk Biscuits and the Big Blue Dogs. Powder Milk Biscuits made from whole wheat to give shy persons the strength to get up and do what needs to be done.
So you're gonna have to come up with a little ditty music for your biscuit thing, Wiz.
oh yeah. No, it's the sausage gravy biscuit farms.com is a purveyor of all those things you need to be a successful grower. Medicinal things. What's up, Zach? How you
Howdy, Zach.
Hey, Zach. Good to see you.
back? You put any more thought of putting together a garden? I'm telling you, you're right down there with it, so you can get it. Yeah, you can do it.
I'm going to throw a link up for any of the gardeners here that are looking for heirloom seeds. This site has the largest collection of heirloom seeds we'll find.
Cool.
Thousands upon thousands of different varieties of fruits and veggies, and they also sell heirloom chickens. They do heirloom breeds of poultry and game hens and all kinds of shit.
What's great about heirlooms is you can grow the fruit and then get more seeds.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. So what were we gonna say, Zach?
How are you guys today?
Doing good.
I'm tired.
We're all good, buddy.
Yep. Fighting the good fight.
Yeah, it's the weekend, so we're kind of just chillaxing and hanging out.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of want to see what those black chickens that from Vietnam are like. They say when you cook them, the meat is black in them too.
That's weird.
I'll do that disappearing thing again in the flames.
It's a species of chicken from Vietnam. They grow them in Vietnam and Indonesia, and they say it's the most desirable chicken.
That's insane.
I'm easily amused.
It's the wonders of technology.
Sorry. I went into a stock symbol AITX. It's robotics. I'm looking for, they have a technology they're using because, you know, all the push to go to robotics and kill people's jobs and all that. I figured they're going to do it. I might as well take advantage of it. So I invest in this company. They have robots and cameras and high level security stuff that they're selling to replace security guards. Apparently, looks like it's
security droids.
Yeah. Companies don't want to pay security guards. Security guards don't make a whole lot of money anyway, but then I guess you have that and insurance and all that, and they want to. It's like, I don't know why they have to be so greedy, but crazy.
Well, it's like what they got going on in China. You got them, they're flying drones. They're not autonomous, you know, they're being controlled by somebody on the ground, but, you know, they fly around and they see somebody out who's, you know, not practicing social distancing. They fly around with a loudspeaker and they'll talk shit to them and tell them to get the fuck inside and shit.
Yeah. Also jumped on some gold back crypto.
Is Bitcoin gold backed or no?
I don't think so, but there are a few companies. There are about maybe 5 companies that have come out with a gold back crypto. This one, basically, I jumped on it because there was this clean shell called TSNP, and it was just a clean shell, no debt, no all that, just a business structure. They stopped doing business, and this company wanted to go public, so they did a reverse merger. And as soon as I heard about that, a lot of those reverse mergers take off at first, and discovered they're into. Wait, that's a different one. That's AABB. I get the two mixed up. I'm in two other ones. ABB is the gold back crypto. AABB is gold back crypto, and TSNP Humble is actually a payment system for Latin America that bought one of the major ticketing companies for events. Figures the COVID garbage gets relief for a while. There's more outdoor events. There'll be some tickets, but not only that, they have a payments crypto based as well as typical based payment system for South America.
Hey, Carpenter, I don't know if you're looking for a marine radio for a boat or if you're just looking for a regular waterproof radio. Yeah, there are some waterproof, really good waterproof radios out there that are multi-band. They'll do shortwave and long wave. I've seen them, multi-band radios. If it's a communication radio, then it's a VHF bandwidth, and it's for communicating on the water. It's designed for that.
Yeah, I'd look at like Bass Pro Shops for something like that.
Does Zachary have something else to say? I think he was working on his keyboard there.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm kind of freaking stoked actually. Yesterday morning the Patriot Brothers YouTube channel had 209 subscribers. As of now we have 1,966.
Woo!
Rock on.
Cool.
Excellent.
I'm glad you're up here with us, Zach.
I'll have to check out that channel. What was the name of the channel again?
The Patriot Brothers.
Patriot Brothers.
Looking for it now. I got it. I'm going to go ahead and subscribe. 1.5K subscribers.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Now this little man's going to do his thing, go to sleep. Not as young as you guys.
Funny.
Well, thanks for walking out of the fire and joining us.
Yes.
Out of the flames like a phoenix.
It's always a pleasure having you up here, bro.
Thanks for having me. You all have a good evening. All that's good, and God bless.
Have a good night,
Rock
Dan.
on.
Take care,
brother.
YT, and whoever's else in the chat. Hey, good night, Miriam. Goodbye, Club Kid. Good night, Weather Fishing. Take care.
I think I already subscribed to the Patriot Brothers. You told me the other night, Zach.
I'm looking at my portfolio right now, and something happened today. Starting at about 9:30 in the morning, my entire portfolio dropped like 6%, and then it rebounded like 3 hours later, and it's back to normal. So something across the board happened. Look into it.
Really?
Yeah, I wish I could share the screen from my app, but it won't work.
You know, I think the beard you're sporting right there, I think it's actually looking pretty sharp, man.
What, mine?
Yeah.
Well, I may trim up the sides. I'll keep the center part going down. But yeah, the sides, it gets so obnoxious.
If God meant for men to have a face like a baby's ass, we wouldn't have to invent razor blades.
Well, we gotta do something with all those, decommissioned nuclear submarines.
Right.
Got to keep the razor supply.
Yep.
Because that's what they do with them. They sell all that hull material to Schick and Gillette and make razor blades out of them.
I'll be shouting guys and a few channels out on the podcast tomorrow evening.
Rock on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by all means.
Carpenter says grow a mullet.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm almost there. It's down to the bit, right between my shoulder blades for the most part.
I cut my mullet
But,
today.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to shave it.
I was starting to go full on Joe Dirt.
Right. Sorry, guys. I'm munching on some chips.
Oh, that's good.
I kind of wish we had some more Joe Dirt sequels.
That's when I had my long beard.
Right.
That was,
I'm your sister. I'm your sister.
that was what, 7 years ago? Jeez. Time flies.
What, Joe Dirt? Joe Dirt?
No,
So, fire in the bowl.
in the bowl.
Hell yeah.
So I checked with Classic today, and I was kind of looking for an AR upper chambered in, well, I did a little ammo search too, but an AR upper chambered in 6.5, what's that one?
TRC.
No, the other one.
Creedmoor.
No, the other one.
Grendel?
Grendel. 6.5 Grendel. I thought, you know what? That would work. That would just work.
I don't know much about the ballistics of that.
It's on par with 308, but you're carrying a lighter rifle, and it actually out at longer ranges, past 800 yards, it actually outperforms the 308. It's not as heavy of a bullet though, so bullet weight has a lot to do with penetration.
Yeah.
At least on hard targets anyway. But it carries that round out beyond 1,000 yards. And putting it on an AR-15, that's just an amazing freaking performance. And the military's talking about going to it. They were. I don't know if they ever made that, I think they were talking about 6.8 SPC or something like that.
The military is planning on transitioning their basic, loadout rifle for their troops to, it's going to be a spin-off of the 6.8 SPC. It's going to be slightly different. But yeah, they're going to go for that kind of loadout.
Neva Candida, welcome in.
But they've got 223 or 5.56 in stock. I mean, to last for the next 2 millenniums. They're going to.
They still got. There are huge stockpiles in National Guard armories and on Army bases, of 30 caliber machine gun ammo and 308s and 30-06 from World War II. We never get rid of that shit.
Yeah, they'll never get rid of it. But the typical, 5.56 ammo, the M4s and stuff, I'll bet you that they've got literally tons and tons of that stuff sitting around.
Oh yeah,
Guarantee you they do.
I can tell you where it's all stored too.
Yeah. Where? Tell me.
Every state has, a certain amount, and it's usually at their National Guard armories or at former Army ammunition plants.
Yeah.
Out by you, I'd say you got a sizable stash at Hill and the state reservation down the road, Thule, and surrounding areas. Okay, one of the hugest ones, out in the middle of nowhere in California. I think it's called the Barstow Depot. They've got an amazing amount of munitions over there. It's insane.
They've got it sitting on pallets. It's like shrink wrapped on pallets. It's what we call an ammo dump.
Mm-hmm.
And they're everywhere. Every military installation's got them. Yeah. And I guarantee you the vast majority of it is 5.56.
Yeah, half the world's supply is at my house. I wish.
Right.
Well, there's no end to the 5.56. I mean, it's like Russia. Do you think they ever got rid of the 7.62 by 39? Hell no. And they doubled that when they added the smaller cartridge. It's similar to our 5.56, 5.45 by 39.
Yes.
Yeah, they doubled it and added 5.45 by 39. And China really bought into the 5.45 by 39 because the people are smaller, and they can carry more ammo, and that was China's big thing. They're all into bulk.
Yeah, I could name a place here in Ohio where right now there's probably about 10 million rounds of ammunition just sitting in a warehouse.
Oh, I bet
outside of Columbus.
Probably in your own state, there's probably trillions of rounds.
Well, we had two former Army ammunition plants.
Yep.
One's about an hour away from me, and it's actually being run as a joint reserve training center. National Guard and reserve units go out there to train. Yeah. And it was under consideration for putting that anti-ballistic missile battery thing that they were looking for a site for, that they wanted to build to counter North Korean nukes and shit. But I think that went elsewhere.
Well, our military budget, it's unfathomable how much that our military's been buying. I remember when they were just saying just 40 caliber holophones. Remember when that came out?
Yep.
Federal ammo acquisition, 40, and all these ammo companies were ramping it up to provide 40 caliber hollow points for the federal government. Millions and billions of rounds of it. More than I can count up to.
A gazillion. It's a gazillion.
Yep.
Cajillion of bazillions.
Right. Cajillions and bazillions.
See, I like to know where things are at, just because. I know where all the ammo's at. I know where the nukes are at. I know where the nukes were. I know where the fighter aircraft are.
See, there's a lot of us out here that know this shit. I bet the Russians have got tunnels and stuff underground that go into massive freaking...
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have entire like reserve units that all they do is once a month they go out and spend a weekend working on tanks from World War I and World War II and keep them in serviceable condition.
Are you kidding me?
No, they never throw anything away.
Well, we kind of don't either. You know, we still have all our destroyers and our battleships. We still have them. They're in kind of disrepair, some of them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But
the
they
mothball
can
fleets.
reactivate.
Yep. The National Strategic Defense Reserve Fleet. They have 3 of them. One's in Virginia, one's in Texas, and one's in California.
We've got carriers from World War II.
Look at look at the fields of all the old planes they have out in Arizona.
Yep.
No shit.
Davis Monthan Air Force Base.
Square miles.
They have square miles and miles and miles full of planes that are. A lot of them have been scavenged for parts, but a lot of them they put them in basically a storage condition where they can be reactivated within a week or so.
I wonder how many P-51 Mustangs did that.
We don't have any of those, but there are still some in active service down in South America. I think Brazil flies them and a couple other countries.
For a prop plane, they're an amazing plane.
Mm-hmm.
They could still serve as fighter planes to this day because of their maneuverability.
There was an air show, air race out in the desert a few years back, I think in Nevada, where some guy was flying. I don't know if it was a stock surplus P-51 or one of those, aftermarket, like 3/4 scale models, but he lost control in a turn and he plowed into the ground and like half of his airplane landed in the crowd. A bunch of people were hurt and killed.
Right.
Wow, messed up.
Yeah.
Well, we've got something civilians that are old. They're military plane collectors.
Mm-hmm.
Formerly known as the Confederate Air Force.
Yep. Dude, one of my coolest childhood memories is watching the Confederate Air Force fly their entire armada over my house when I was about 6 or 7 years old. It was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, and they're American.
They were going to like some big air show on the East Coast, and they decided to all fly in formation. It was fucking amazing.
Do you remember? I believe it was called the P-32. A dual fuselage plane.
P-38.
P-38. That's right.
Yeah.
That was my favorite plane. The Nighthawk.
The Lightning.
Yeah, but
P-38 Lightning.
What was the one that was called the Nighthawk?
That was the F-117 stealth fighter.
No. There was a Nighthawk that was a dual fuselage for night.
Well, there was the P-38, and then there was the Twin Mustang. I forget what that designation was. They were both cool and revolutionary for the time, though.
The P-38 was a light bomber. It was both a fighter, kind of not really a fighter, but it was kind of a light bomber for long range.
Yeah, that was its main attribute. It could go longer range than any other fighter or attack aircraft that we had. That's what they sent out when we shot down Yamamoto in World War II. It was like a suicide mission because it was going so far they didn't know if the P-38s were going to make it back.
But they were heavily armed. They were able to do missions other planes couldn't do.
I went to an air show once when I was 7 or 8 years old at my county airport, and they flew in they still had a flying B-29, and it wasn't anything special. It was just a standard one, nothing of historic value, but they had 2 of the guys that were on the original crew of the Enola Gay there, signing autographs and books and shit. And I got to meet one of the crew members of the Enola Gay. I got his autograph somewhere.
Oh, wow.
What was the first aircraft to get the Maverick rockets? The Maverick. Was it Huey's? Is it Huey Cobra? Was armed with Mavericks? And the
I don't know, man.
I think the co-pilot could literally, it was like a video game. He could, each one of these Mavericks had a camera on the
Yeah,
nose.
they're television guided. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Let me look it up real quick.
And it had lock-on mode where it would lock on.
On fryer grease, yeah. They'll run all kinds of vegetable oils and all kinds of stuff.
And they say that the Huey Cobras could still hold their own today if they wanted to put them up in the air.
Well, there's a lot of aircraft that can hold their own. A lot of people don't realize that all those little training aircraft that the Air Force and the Army and the Navy have, like the little two-seaters and shit, the Tweets and the Cessnas, they all have hard points on the wings. You can put fucking machine guns and 500-pound bombs on them.
Yeah. And there's another, it's a search and destroy aircraft. It looks a lot like the P-51. It's called the Super Tucano.
Well, I got news about that I saw today. They officially went with something other than the Tucano. Air Force just took delivery of the first of three. It's a variant of the AT-6 Beechcraft, the little tweet trainer. They turned it into basically a Super Tucano.
Oh, wow.
It looks badass. The one that they took delivery of, they had the shark teeth painted on the front and everything like a fucking warthog. Oh, it looks beautiful.
I'd be terrified if I was Al Qaeda out there.
Oh, yeah.
A fleeing Super Tucano coming at my ass.
The poor man's A-10.
That's what it was. Or is.
I remember seeing an A-10 and an A-7 Corsair doing touch and go landings on a highway. They closed down the interstate outside of Dayton for like 2 hours one day, and they were doing touch and goes up and down the fucking freeway and we got stuck in traffic because of it. I think I was like 8 years old. We were on our way down to go to the fucking Air Force Museum in Dayton.
See,
if anybody ever gets a chance, that's the coolest fucking museum to ever go to. The Air Force Museum. Oh, fucking great place.
Nellis Air Force Base and 29 Palms. And up here we have Dugway Proving Grounds. We have some of the perfect training areas for the environment similar to Afghanistan and Iraq.
Chocolate Mountain Gunnery Range is down there too. All those special areas that are adjacent to the National Test Site in Nevada. Fort Irwin in California, the National Training Center.
I see them doing maneuvers up here in the mountains. I see them flying through canyons and stuff.
Yeah. They do it over in Death Valley. They got a place they call Jedi Canyon. It's kind of like that the mock loop that they do over in Wales in the UK. Go in at full afterburner at about 500 feet, going weaving through the canyons. It's so fucking cool to watch.
Al Qaeda, we freaking blew the shit out of them with 155 howitzers off the mountain. We blew them to smithereens. All their bunkers, all the sniper nests, and everything. We just blew the shit out of them.
Yeah, Carpenter, I wish I could have taken videos of my experiences in training with those things, because we were armored unit, and those things would come in and just destroy a hillside. You know, brrr,
Brr. The sound of freedom.
Big giant growl in the sky. Just a big growl, like there's a monster up above you.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Reminds me of the Vulcan.
Too. It was surprisingly, it's a slow air.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it was really weird. It was almost like slow motion flying, the way you think of a plane flying.
Yeah, it's not really a jet. They have turbofan engines. They're just super high powered.
Yeah, but they could run with one engine.
They can take a hell of a beating.
Oh,
yeah, they'll take a 50 cal round. I mean,
the entire cockpit area is surrounded by. It's basically like a bathtub made out of titanium that protects the pilot and the gun.
And armor.
The rest of the aircraft, there were A-10s that were coming back from missions like in Iraq that like the entire rear part of the plane was shot away. You know, like 500 rounds hit the plane and it still landed.
Yeah.
That's amazing, huh?
They're flying tanks.
Yep.
And they're Vietnam War technology.
They were basically designed as Russian tank busters.
Yep.
And then they, adopted the close air support role, and they're the soldier's best friend.
Well, they got new electronics in them, but pretty much the same plane as what they had in Vietnam.
Yep.
When they were flying sorties over the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of the controls and the displays are still all analog and everything.
Yeah, you see the helicopters just pop up with their ball above the trees, just above the trees, and they sink back down. Next thing you know, A-10s come in.
Yep, Kiowa Warrior.
That's an example. That's an example of a plane that was mothballed and brought back to life. That's what we have. We have mothballed planes, just like the A-10, that are sitting in these big yards that they brought back to life, just like the A-10s. They can bring these others back to life too.
Okay, are you familiar with the B-57, the Canberra bomber from World War II?
I remember hearing about it.
It's after World War II, right after. It's a jet-powered bomber. It was originally designed by the Britons, and then we adopted it, and we were using it in Korea and Vietnam and shit. They still have a bunch of them in the boneyard, and NASA flies a few of them. They brought back a whole squadron of them within the last 5 years, and they have them flying over Afghanistan right now, in Syria, and they're acting as communication relay points to ground forces, to like the regional commands and everything. They call them BACN, BACN, Battlefield Aerial Communication Nodes. They put millions of dollars to upgrade these aircraft, and they look almost like a U-2 spy plane. They got the huge wings and a real narrow fuselage. They can loiter for half a day without refueling. They just bounce encrypted communication signals between soldiers on the ground and the command units and everything.
Don't they look like a super fortress, kind of?
Yeah, a little bit maybe. I can pull up a picture of them. Hang on.
Titanium is much better than loose-tanium. What the fuck? Yeah. Oh yeah, oh yeah. They would put rooster tails off, but they had to come in. They came in diving at the targets. They said they had to dive and build up speed in the fall, because when they shoot off when they shoot off the cannons, like the burp that you're hearing, it's like a Vulcan weapon. It actually slows the plane down.
Yeah,
All right.
you get a Doppler effect on the noise because you hear at first you hear the rounds hitting the target, and then you hear like 2 seconds later the delayed sound of the rounds being fired.
Yeah.
All right. What about Spooky with that autoloader freaking tank?
Yeah.
The 105, yeah.
Oh Lord! You just hear this boom, 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 boom about that fast. Tank rounds coming.
Well, they have a lot of different versions of the Spooky. The main one was it had one of the 105 millimeter cannons, and then it had like 20 millimeter Bofors cannons on it, and then it had a minigun. And now they have some that just have the 105 and a bunch of miniguns, and they've also outfitted them with hard points on the wings so that they can fire bombs and Hellfire missiles and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, the one I was thinking of, they're converted C-130s turned into a freaking tank.
Yep, that's what. Yeah, they're in the process of updating, and they've just delivered a bunch of new ones that can handle missiles and bombs now. Some of them even have like remote gun pod turrets on the bottom of the plane. And on screen there, that's the Canberra, what they're flying now in Afghanistan.
Is that a dome on?
Yeah, it's some kind of SATCOM equipment, probably. They're based out in Houston at the NASA field.
Have you ever seen an F-5?
Yes.
I think they would be
freedom fighter.
Yeah, they would work in modern day. The F-2s and the F-5s.
We still use them out at Nellis. They got there's an aggressor squadron that flies those, and same at Tonopah.
They're amazing because of their maneuverability also for a jet.
NASA still uses them as chase planes.
Yeah, that used to be one of my favorite planes too. I built models of that.
Yeah, they made a derivative of that they were going to try and export overseas, and they called it the F-20 Tiger Shark. And I think the Israelis bought a few of them, but then the project got canceled because of political bullshit. Some kind of kickback scandal.
Yeah, they were a cool twin jets, and they were just really maneuverable. Smaller than a lot of jets, and they flew slower. The main thing about them is they could fly right around the same speed as a P-51, and which helped them with their maneuverability and everything. Like you wouldn't think that an A-10 Lightning could maneuver like it does. Just looking at it, it looks like a beast. But that is one of the most maneuverable planes the Air Force or the Army's got. A-10 Warthog is a very maneuverable plane because of its slower speed.
Yeah, and they've been trying to cancel them and mothball them for years now. People in Congress. And the military is like, fuck you, we're not getting rid of it.
No, it was super effective.
They wanted to give the A-10's close air support mission to the F-35. Like, come on.
Yeah,
Those things are so fucking expensive. You want to risk those at low altitude
the
for
idea
that.
the idea was to close up the gaps for the A10 when they came out with the Super Tucano. That was their idea for close ground support, so that they could move in on those, you know, emplacements and everything.
It's like the argument that, you know, the Congress people were saying was, oh, the airframes are getting old, you know, they're not going to be flight worthy that much longer. Well, they found someone, you know, a civilian contractor who did complete upgrades on like the wing assembly and everything, and it had the most stress out of the entire airframe. And they finished upgrading the first squadron. It's based up in Michigan. Oh, I think it was late last year. They've got, you know, brand new wings. They're good for another 50 years.
Supersonic is not always the answer.
Yeah.
And actually, I think the Russians, I think Zachary wants to say something, so I'll shut up.
Go ahead, Zach.
I'm responding to a comment in the chat. Hey Sasha, how are you?
Now, Bill, you worked in artillery. I remember seeing a video a few years back. The Swedish military was doing a training exercise with the U.S. Marines. I guess the Marines train over there every year. They set up video cameras at the target area of an artillery barrage.
Yeah.
That looks like fucking hell on earth. Everything's just blowing up around you. The ground, the trees, the houses. This is like fucking insane.
It's even worse when you're a forward observer.
Like they were doing like time on target barrages.
Yeah, just imagine being a forward.
I would not want to be anywhere near that.
Just imagine being a forward observer and doing that.
Yeah. That's, yeah. You guys earned your pay.
Yeah, you definitely will wind up with and I've done a little forward observing stuff myself, and you wind up with some hearing issues.
I believe it.
And you get real scared sometimes too.
Short round.
Yeah, it could be they didn't add an increment to the charge or something like that, like they were supposed to. They thought they heard, you know, charge 3 red bag, and it was actually a charge 4 red bag, and the charge 3 freaking winds up right in your AO.
Yeah, not fun.
They get pretty close. I got pretty close to ground zero.
Yeah, I'm sure that all the older artillery pieces that you know, we migrated away from over the years, they're still in storage somewhere.
Yeah, we have a lot. I'm sure we have 8-inch guns still mothballed right now. We're not using 8-inch guns at all right now, but we could. I remember seeing them. I got trained on them.
Hell,
that's the biggest gun the Army's got.
Yeah, I saw an article maybe a week ago on one of the defense blogs I follow, and they said that the Army's latest artillery round that they have for the 105s is so it's a satellite guided projectile, and it has a 100% success rate out to 48 miles.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
Yeah, I don't either. It's got to be like rocket assisted or something.
Well, I to my knowledge, some countries do use smoothbore tanks. Their tube is smoothbore, so it's not a rifled. It's not rifled, and that's the reason why they run the smoothbore. I think the Israelis run smoothbore because they shoot rockets out of them. They're self-propelled rockets.
Yeah, we had some tanks that they experimented with in the U.S. for rocket artillery rounds, but that was like back in Vietnam. I don't think it ever caught on here. I
think the Russians and the Finns, and there's a lot of countries that use smoothbore artillery or smoothbore tanks. Their artillery, I don't know for sure.
We had a lot of that recoilless rifle stuff back in the 50s.
Yeah, we did.
Jeep mounted recoilless rifles. I remember seeing one of those. Those were cool.
I've actually seen them for sale.
Those were smoothbore, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it for sale.
Nice.
Imagine mounting that on a Jeep or on the back of your pickup truck.
Like I'm kind of wondering what's going to happen whenever we sell the farm here, because my cousin has his old he's got an Army built by Raytheon radar bunker in the backyard. He uses it as his tool shed.
Oh, wow.
And he's going to have to move that fucker sometime in the next few years. That's going to be a pain in the ass. He's going to have to get a crane truck and a flatbed, a low riding flatbed trailer to get that thing out of here.
I think Wizard needs an AGAT gun. He needs an air defense system.
He needs a C-RAM.
That'd be cool.
Those things are insane. They have that self-detonating ammo.
Yeah.
It goes off, when it reaches a certain distance, and it like ropes in the sky and blows up like firecrackers back towards the gun. It looks insane.
I saw them using on those Somali pirates.
Yep. Oh, you gotta wonder about those Somali pirates. They're just barking up the wrong tree.
Even the Russians have some wicked stuff.
Oh, the Russians, their ship-based Sea-Wiz systems, they're like twice as powerful as what we got. They're twin-barreled, and they go about 1,000 rounds per minute more than ours do. They're nuts.
Talk about a big fart in the sky.
And I'm pretty sure that as far as like the international presence of warships in that area that do the anti-piracy operations, the Russians have kind of taken over from us. They're putting more assets in there than we are right now, and have been for a couple of years, I think.
Yeah. Wait till the Chinese break out their drones.
Well, the Chinese are trying to build a naval base in Africa right now. It's operational, but it's not that big right now.
Well, they're big time into drone technology.
Yep. I think China's more concentrating on the South China Sea. Those artificial island bases that they're building up, they're fucking insanely huge right now. They declared one the largest city in the world right now a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I think they're putting a lot of their money, all their military budget into drone technology. That's what I think.
AI. They're putting a lot of money into AI right now.
Yeah. But I saw some of the stuff that they've got. They've got like these they could send a drone that's filled with drones, and all these drones release millions of them and go out, and they like there'll be squadrons of drones that'll just deal with the target and then fly back.
Yep. The mothership theory.
Yeah.
Well, hell, we're developing 105 millimeter rounds that have drones inside them. It's basically just a launch mechanism for a swarm of drones. And the Navy's testing out missiles that do the same thing. You have a mothership missile that drops, a cluster of drones.
Wow.
I'll be back in a minute.
Wizard must be in a phone call. Are you typing something there, Zachary? I always had this idea that what we could do, some of these politicians, is we could put them in a cannon with a Burgermeister helmet and launch them to the moon.
Why put a Burgermeister helmet on them?
Because it's got that spike on it, so when they hit the moon, they stick in it.
It's easier than that. All it takes is a rope.
I'm kind of simplistic.
Solitary rope.
I'm back.
We need to get them off of planet Earth. That's the thing. So their whole memory is gone. So we don't remember them anymore.
Meister.
Right.
A pickle helm. Put a pickle helm on it with that big spike on it and just launch them somewhere so they stick in whatever they...
We just drop them in a volcano. That'll do it. Like a fire.
Oh, yeah.
Mighty Joe in the volcano.
Appease the volcano gods, right?
Right.
Speaking of volcanoes, did you hear what they found in Pompeii recently?
No.
They unearthed what they're calling the race car of all chariots. Like perfectly preserved in the ruins. Some like fucking tricked out chariot that was faster and deadlier than anything that, they ever found from the Romans.
Oh wow.
They said like it would have been comparable to like a Ferrari versus a Yugo.
Wow. Wow. Like some of those fancy chariots they had in like Ben-Hur and all them.
And Gladiator, yeah.
Yeah.
I watched Ben-Hur the other night. I haven't watched that in quite a while. That's such a good movie.
So what made them so much better than the other chariots?
The design, I guess. I didn't read the article. I only saw the headline.
It didn't do you have a picture of it?
I could probably find one real quick.
I mean, a horse can only run so fast.
Well, you could ask, yeah, but if the chariot's heavy, you know.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. Do you think that HR 127 blew smoke out of the ass? I know Democrats want it passed, but it really goes against their Second Amendment. I will not give up my guns because there's a lot of things that it protects us from. Like seriously, to all of the anti-gun owners out there, if we aren't supposed to have guns, what will happen to our crops, our livestock? What if a bugler breaks into your house?
Right?
Well, man, all I can say is that if the government ever tries to do a really bad gun grab, the people like us, we're not going to put up with it. That will be the turning point and the spark that, starts a fucking civil war.
Yeah. It won't take them long to find somebody that ain't going to give them up.
Zach, we're not here to serve them. They're here to serve us.
What part of shall not be infringed don't you fucking understand?
Right.
Yeah, you got to watch. We all need to kind of look into that pending bill that he brought up because it has a lot of underlying shit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a problem. No, they're going to do and push some shit like that.
All right, I'm putting up the link for the article about the chariot if you guys want to look into it. It's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I can't while I'm on.
Let's see if I can get a picture at least. You can't really tell any detail from the picture.
Zach wants to say something.
The bill is HR 127, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that bill and see what all's in there. Because I know they got it loaded up with a bunch of nonsense. They always do that. They always pack these bills with a lot of pork. It's like that. Okay, let's talk about that stimulus thing, right? The economic recovery bill. That one was only 20% of that is actually going to us. All the rest of it is for pork.
Yep. Now, I'm throwing another link in the chat. This is for Zach. if you like to read, this is a amateur novel that was written about 15 years ago that explains what happens if the government tries to take your guns away. It'll take a couple days to read, and it, like I said, it's amateur, so it's like not professionally done, but it could very well turn out to be like this.
Oh yeah.
It's called The Battle of Jake's Better Business Forums.
Yeah, I'm not on a computer. All I could do is I'm on my phone. So
Well, I got it on PDF. If anybody needs it, I can email it to you.
yeah.
It's worth reading.
Oh yeah. You got my email. Send it to me.
Yeah. AZ Infidel turned me on to it last year, and it's, like I said, it was written early 2000s, and what they predict happens is very scarily, similar to what we're going through right now. Let's just say.
Yeah. Well, you remember the omnibus bill?
Oh yeah.
Well, we've had more than one omnibus bill, but Trump was trying to get funding for the wall, and he had to. The only way he could do it was
his first year of his term.
Yeah, it was horrible. All he wanted was funding for the wall, and they funded everything else but the wall.
Yep. They were against him from the day that he went down the stairs of the fucking hotel. Obstructionists. That's all they were. Good Dallas. And I'll throw another link up here in a minute that might be of service to people. If I can find it. There it is.
I see you, Dallas. Yo.
This is a great resource. You can read or download the entire Paladin Press library. Over 300 titles of all kinds of books that the government doesn't want you to have.
Yep. Well, the Anarchist Cookbook was printed by Paladin.
Yep, that's in there.
Oh, there was other stuff besides the Anarchist Cookbook. There was a lot of stuff printed by Paladin back in the day. Because they banned them. They took them all off the shelves.
Yep.
So don't tell me they're not stifling our First Amendment.
I remember when you could only find those at gun shows.
I used to order them actually from Soldier of Fortune magazine. I had a subscription to them.
Well, we used to get the Paladin Press catalog in the mail all the time up until, the late 90s.
I didn't have a subscription to Paladin. I had a subscription to
Soldier of Fortune, yeah.
Soldier of Fortune, and they had graphic stuff on there back in the day.
Are they still in publication?
I'm not aware if they are or not.
I used to read that at the public library. And the librarians would always give me a funny look whenever I requested it.
I used to have NCOs come over to my where my bunk and my wall locker and everything were, and they'd say, "Well, do you have the latest subscription to let me see the latest that you got there," and I'd show it to them. I had the latest Soldier Fortune. Everybody always came over to. Anybody that was somebody would come over and want to see my Soldier Fortune magazines. I had a huge stash of them.
I always had Popular Science.
Yep. Popular Science and Popular Mechanics.
Yep.
Two of my favorite magazines. I got hundreds of those magazines stashed away all over the house.
Do you guys remember Omni Magazine?
Yeah.
They had some of the new age tech stuff in there all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Omni, yeah. I remember that.
Yeah, they had. The reason I was all over it was because they had one that really blew me away was where they had that molecular goo. They could program it like nanites to be anything they wanted it to be. They set in the engineering program and molecular goo, right? And they could set it up to be anything they wanted it to be. It could be a table, it could be a chair, it could be a briefcase. You know what I'm saying?
They were already talking about nanotechnology in Popular Science back in the early 90s.
Well, that was back in the 80s, dude.
Yeah.
That was in the early 80s.
That could be. I don't recall it, but I remember in the 90s.
It's one thing that's always fascinated me was future tech. You know what I'm saying? The Star Trek stuff always had me on the edge of my seat. I was always watching. I didn't necessarily watch it for the show. I was watching it for the tech. You know? Really, honestly, the stuff they put in those shows. Because if you could think it, it'd be done. You know?
I had a neighbor that used to give me boxes of National Geographic.
No, I never messed with National Geographic.
They were like all like a couple of years old.
I've got hundreds of those as well.
What was that other one? The Reader's Digest?
Yeah, Reader's Digest was one.
Yeah, I read a few of those. There was a couple things and sections of like funny short stories and stuff like that. I think it was the first place the Chicken Soup for the Soul came out, you know?
Oh, another one I used to read. I used to get all their publications was the one that the Farmer's Almanac. I used to always read Farmer's Almanac. Yeah.
I never did that one too much. Mostly
I used to, because I was in Scouts, I used to do Boys Life magazine. They had a lot of good shit in there.
And Mother Earth News was the other one.
I think my favorite magazine right now, and has been for probably the last 10 years since I found out about it, Backwoodsman. The Backwoodsman magazine, they have so many survival and bushcraft articles and presentations. Oh, it's a great magazine.
What's that other one? Outdoor something? I can't remember.
Outdoors Life. Yeah.
Outdoor Life. Maybe that was it. The Sportsman. There's a lot of good magazines back in the day. People gave them to me, or I'd buy them off the rack.
I used to read. I was subscribed to Backpacker magazine for like 10 years back, like when I was a teenager and in Scouts.
And then I discovered my uncle had a bunch of old Hustler magazines under his bed.
Oh, yeah. Hustler was always so nasty. They were always so nasty.
Oh, he had Penthouse and freaking Playboy and all that stuff under his
The
bed.
Penthouse and stuff, those were classy at least, Playboy, Penthouse. But you talk about Hustler and you talk about
Man.
it was just nasty.
Hustler was bad. It was pretty bad.
Man, when I was cleaning out the house 2 years ago after my pops passed away, I found a stash of his dirty old mags from like the 70s.
Oh, no way.
They were all British, which like surprised me. And man, they were classy, but they were strange.
Right. A buddy of mine, one of my Marine buddies, he passed away, and he left me his whole collection of Playboy magazines, except for the Marilyn Monroe one. Yeah, it didn't have the Marilyn Monroe. There was one other one that was missing too.
I actually thought the 1960s ones were kind of hot, man. The early 60s and late 50s.
Check out the size of this beast.
The polar bear.
That's his head.
He's starting to get some color in his head. He's not all white anymore.
His head fills up the whole screen.
Right? That's just dirt. Trust me, he needs a bath. Yes, he does. He needs a bath. Yes, he does. That's a good boy.
Jeez, he grows fast.
I'm sitting down in my chair. He's on his feet. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. I'll show him now. Yes, he is. Go smile for me. He smile. He smile. He smile. He'll smile for me once in a while. He'll put his teeth there. Yes, he does. All right.
That's a whole lot of dog there.
Yes, he is. He's probably about 100 pounds now. Yes, he is.
Is he still digging out and eating half-dead animals?
Yeah.
And
Oh, no,
carcasses?
he's going after live ones mostly now. He kills them and then he leaves them. And then when it gets old enough or rancid enough, then he'll eat it. Yeah, I know. He's like, that's how I cook it. It sits in the sun. It becomes tasty. That's right. That's right. You got a pot.
I know he's got a real deep throaty bark.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's not hard to tell when Ranger's barking. But he barks at shit like cock. Rah, rah, rah. He'll chase the cars off chase the cars down the road till they get off our property. People driving through. You know the ATVs used to go real slow past our house. They don't do that no more. Yeah. He just wants to play. Christ, he's the size of your ATV, but he just wants to play.
You know what you could seriously do? You could probably harness him up and, have him pull you on a sled. Like a dog sled.
Easy. I thought about skis too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a tow rope.
Right, with a tow rope. You had to put a harness on him. Buy a big harness and he ate it.
Ranger, come over here and pull this tractor out of the mud.
Right. It's a job for a ranger. That's right. You want to go outside, buddy? Is that what you want? All right. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Right. Yeah, you could put some reindeer ears on him and go around Santa Claus and a little sleigh.
I'll bet you if you put him in the polar bear section of the zoo, he'd fit right in.
Yep.
You're like, oh, look at that polar bear cub. My daughter, she got an English lab. It's a white English lab. Looks a lot like Ranger, and he's getting huge too. This dog is getting big. I think they're bigger than their American labs.
Actually, my favorite dog is like Ranger or a Samoyed. I like the Samoyeds. Ranger's really great. Really great dog. But the Samoyeds, I'm telling you what, Samoyeds are awesome family.
I like Tibetan Mastiffs.
Go ahead, Zach.
Actually, I like Anatolia Shepherd.
That's what Ranger is.
I know. I like him. It's a good breed of dog.
Awesome. Want to get a female for him? We can breed him.
Well, the other one that's kind of like your dog is the Great Pyrenees.
Yep. Great Pyrenees is a good dog too.
I was pissed this evening. I wanted to watch the TV series instead because I love Stephen King, but I had to shut off the first episode because Whoopi Goldberg is in it. Damn it.
Right. Funny how that changes things.
Yeah. Yeah, you're better off for it, man. I have never owned a dog. We've always been a cat family.
My first dog was a German Shepherd.
But I'm like so over cats now that if I ever get another pet, it'll probably be a dog. But when my cats are gone, I'm going to go a few years without pets. Because you can't travel much when you have pets.
Well, public transportation anyway.
Well, no, it's not that. You got to find somebody to watch them or feed them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they get that.
Once we get you down here, get you a dog. Get you a good dog.
It's like when I come out for the 4th, I'm going to have to arrange with my sister to come over and feed the cats while I'm gone.
Maybe that's why if I come down there, I'm going to have to bring my truck because I might wind up coming back with something.
Right. That's pretty good.
Never know.
Look, Dan down. What? Dan down.
Australian Kelpie, German Shepherd mix.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
Yeah. But you know what? I'll the guy that I got Ranger from, he breeds them. I'm sure he's got a few down there that he'd be willing to let go of.
Yeah, it's a shame that Airborne didn't make it.
I know, right? He was bigger than Ranger. Even as a pup.
Is that possible?
Yeah. Yeah. He was Ranger's brother, but he was the pick of the litter. He was so badass when he was a puppy. He got in the middle of a dog fight and lost. He got involved in an adult dog fight, and yeah, he was just a baby. He was a badass.
Like I said before, Wizard, when I was living down in Florida, somebody got a hold of a really friendly. It was an Anatolia Shepherd, just like that. The dog came out of the swamps down in Florida. I mean, nobody knows how long it had been living out there, but they can live on their own. I mean, gators and all that, they freaking just make it. They'll make it.
Right. Oh, it's a survivor class dog. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it is. So my dog is too, actually.
I don't actually, I know he's eating out of the woods.
I'm glad we got connected.
Right. Told you.
'Cause
So,
I do feed my dog raw meat.
well, I know he's eating the dish anymore. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this dog eats. You know what I'm saying? I think he goes outside so he can go hunt. So seriously, he's cleaning the woods out of the possums and tracking down all the wildlife and shit. I ain't seen a whole lot of squirrels out here recently either. I know there's a bunch out there getting ready to come out. So
My dog has caught 2 birds out of mid-flight. While they were in mid-flight, she's caught them out of the air. One of them, she killed it. And the other one, it got away.
all right, oh good.
She freaking catches birds right in the air.
This is
You
possums.
look it up. I'd never seen a dog go airborne like that.
Well, he ate one.
Okay.
He completely ate the one.
Over here.
The half one over there, and there was a whole. Well, no, that was a whole one over there. The other half one was over here by the wood chipper over there. Yeah. So yeah, but yeah, he's taking care of business. But yeah, that's it's just I just can't believe he's not eating more out of the dog food. To be honest with you.
Probably doesn't like the taste of it.
Well, he's been strange about that. He don't like French fries or potatoes. He don't like potatoes unless they got like a lot of garlic or butter in them and stuff. He won't eat potatoes. They'll leave them on a plate.
I used to have a cat that loved mashed potatoes. That cat would sit, you could literally put like, a full cup of mashed potatoes in a bowl, and it would eat the whole fucking thing.
I bet the dog would.
Yeah, she was a garbage disposal unit. She would eat anything.
Well, Ranger pretty much eats everything that we give him, and he loves the bones and stuff like that. He just don't like. Even when he was a baby puppy, I tried to give him French fries. Nope. Had to give him bacon. Right? Have bacon. The girls at the drive-thrus, I'd take him with me. He was so cute. They were like, "You want some French fries for him?" I said, "No, he won't eat them." No way. No, he won't eat them. You got some bacon, extra bacon in there. We might do that.
I was thinking about something. You know how I've told you guys before at work, I make those bacon wrapped hot dogs.
Yeah.
I thought, why wrap the hot dog in bacon when you can put bacon inside the hot dog? So Monday, I'm going to experiment, and I'm going to take some hot dogs, and I'm going to core through the middle of the hot dog and stuff bacon inside of them, and cook them up and see how they are.
Stuffed and wrapped.
Oh, well, now you're going too far.
No, you can never go too far with bacon.
Yeah, I know.
Right. You seen those things where they take and form the bacon into a taco shell, right?
I have one of them. Yeah. Yep. My dad bought it on TV. On the infomercial, the bacon bowl.
Badass.
Make a salad bowl out of bacon. But the ultimate is when you make a taco shell out of woven bacon.
Right.
That is the American dream,
It
as
is.
far as I'm concerned.
That sounds good, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I'm about to put together a bird feeder. Well, I mean squirrel bait.
Now, let me ask you, do you have purple martins around there?
Yeah, we do have purple martins. Yes.
I have heard if you put up a purple martin house and get them to hang around your place, they'll chase the birds away that, pick on your seed and fuck with your crops.
Right.
They're a beneficial bird.
Oh yeah, they're very much so. I built a couple of purple martin houses in the past, and they always seem to sell, but only before the end of March.
So I'm wondering, since you guys are into eating squirrel and everything, how do you think teriyaki squirrel would taste?
Pretty fucking good.
Yeah, that would taste good.
I might just do that and marinate it in teriyaki and make it in jerky.
I would suggest adding some honey to the teriyaki sauce to offset. It would perfectly balance the saltiness towards, the game flavor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that honey is a way a lot of people use honey on squirrel.
Well, I would boil it first before I did that. Before I applied a teriyaki to it.
To tenderize it or what?
Yeah, low and slow. Cook it long and slow, and boil it. Not boil, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like you would for soup, like you're making bone broth.
Maybe I'll boil it and then I'll kind of dry it and then I'll marinate it after I dry it, and then dry it again. Boil it, dry it, marinate it, and dry it.
It's gonna be kind of hard. I mean, what I'm used to, it's
Yeah, because squirrel is so low fat. Once you boil it, you're boiling a lot of the fat out of it. And if you take that second step, you're going to dry it out significantly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It'll get tough.
I better make good pemmican.
Yeah, pretty much anything will make good pemmican as long as you add enough fat to it.
Well, I do when I make pemmican. But what I do, it seems to preserve it better. I use coconut oil instead of that kidney fat.
Yeah, it goes rancid a lot, less than other conventional oils do.
No, good pemmican will last you 50 years.
Yep.
Right.
At least
guys, I'm gonna call it here in 5 minutes. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go to bed.
All right.
Yeah, got a long day tomorrow.
Go ahead, Zach. He's going to make a comment there.
What's pemmican?
Pemmican is it's a pulverized meat, is what it is. That's all what it is. It's just pulverized powdered.
What they do is they pulverize the meat and then they add a fruit like a berry and they put that in there along with some fat. Then they turn around and mix all that together. They make bars out of it and dry it.
Yeah, it's an old Native American way of preserving meat. The Indians would dry out their meat in strips and then use like a mortar and pestle and pulverize it into a powder. And then they would bind it with buffalo suet, the fat, and some berries for flavor.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You dry it out, and if you store it correctly, it'll last 50 years.
Suet is kidney fat, like I was saying. That's what kidney fat is suet.
Yeah. It's the original survival food.
Yep. it's good to have for like your bug out bag or whatever. You put that pemmican in there, and you can break off a piece. If you don't do it with the berries that you're talking about, Wizard,
Yeah.
don't do it with berries. Do it with no berries in it. Just the meat and the fat, the suet. That by itself. Then you can break off a little piece, put it in your canteen cup on a fire, and maybe
make a little soup broth. Yeah.
Yeah, add some other little doodads in there, and you got soup.
Right.
It's awesome. It's the original MRE.
Right.
It is. Actually, the Plains Indian, their MREs was a prairie dog.
I seem to remember that Iceman that they found like in the mountains in Switzerland
Otzi.
like 20 years ago.
Otzi.
He had pemmican on him.
Did he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think it was expressly a Native American thing. I'm sure a lot of other cultures had a version of it.
Yep.
But that's like high calorie, a lot of protein. It'll keep you alive.
Yep.
And compact calories and protein and fats that'll keep you alive for quite a while. You just got to ration it.
There's all kinds of videos on YouTube on how to make it.
Yeah.
And the two things that you carry with you is pemmican and hardtack.
Yeah.
Those two things. That's all you really need. Just
Pretty
those
much.
two things. And you could forage for other wild plants and things like that. You add it in your canteen cup over a fire, and a little bit of the hardtack give you the because hardtack is just water and flour. It's just a hard cookie, kind of like a cracker. It's really, really hard.
Yeah, the old pioneers, pemmican, hardtack, salt, and a little bit of sugar and some coffee. That's all they carried with them.
Now, the wagon trains, when they came across the Great Plains and everything, they carried with them salt pork.
Yep.
Because they had it in big salt pork barrels. That kept them alive,
I've had salt pork before. You got to soak the fuck out of it to get all that salt out, though.
Oh, yeah. And the Spanish have something called salt cod, and they call it bacalao in Spanish. But that's what when they went on their, like Columbus and, the sailing ships and everything, they would carry with them salt cod and potatoes.
Well, that's like the Nordic countries with the lutefisk and all that shit. Kind of the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
All the salt preserved and like pickled herring and shit like that. That was all for long distance voyages.
The only thing I'm carrying with me now is fire in the bowl.
Fire in the bowl.
Hell yeah. Brought to you by Suss's Gravy Biscuit Farms.
Oh shit.
.com.
Colonel Shaw is in the house. Salute the Colonel. Well, Wiz, if you want to take off, I'll keep it going for a little bit.
All right, bro. I'll probably be in chat for just a little bit.
I need to take a pee break, but I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll wait till you come back.
Colonel Shaw, saluting the Colonel right now.
Yeah, Colonel. Good morning to you, brother. How you doing? How's things going over there? Oh, heck, it's Friday night. Hold on a second. He needs a link. Hold on.
Yeah.
Come on up.
Come on up, Colonel Shaw.
On the game show. You're the next contestant on the game show. Come on up.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah. Can't be no stranger than us. Oh no shit! Your veggie garden, huh? Nice. Yeah, I've been taking care of business with that too. I'm gonna finish a till on her tomorrow. Plant trees, blueberry bushes.
I've been out getting my business cards out today.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Trying to hustle some work. I got somebody that did call me, actually wants me to do an estimate, and I haven't called him back yet. It's too late in the afternoon. I kind of want them to think I'm busy, even if I'm not that busy.
Right, right.
Yeah, it's looking like I'm starting to get busy again there, Carpenter. It's the weather's clearing up a little bit, and looks like there might be some work breaking loose here pretty shortly.
Good job. Good deal. Good deal. I pray prosperity over you, brother.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I could use all the prayers I could get.
You know it, man.
So I believe God answers prayers.
I know it does.
Not always the answer we want to hear, but he answers them.
Yep. Yes, Colonel. I'm finishing up the till tomorrow. And then Sunday, um, Sunday or Monday, I'm gonna be rowing, and I'm gonna be rowing it up, setting the fences, setting the rows, starting the seeds. Yeah.
That's
Then
kind
I
of
got then I gotta go get a couple of shit tons of wood chips, and dump them in there.
so. So even when you're a tradesman like me, you got to keep a professional image. So that's why I went and got my hair cut. Maybe these Mormons will hire me.
Right, right.
Yeah, I know it means a lot to them.
Yeah, because they're also clean cut and hoity-toity and pure.
Oh yeah, but the beard's not going. The hair's short, but the beard's not going. Sorry.
Right. As long as it's short and appropriate, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna look like Odin pretty soon.
The sign said, "Long-haired, freaky people need not apply."
So I tucked all my hair up under my hat, and I went in to ask him why.
No, you know, a beard, you can pull it off with a beard. Just keep it clean looking and, well groomed, even if it's a long beard.
Yeah.
Get that beard oil and beard balm and everything and kind of get it all looking clean. And
I have never oiled my beard.
well, I
I'd,
live in a
I'd be
drier
scared
climate.
too.
My climate is dry, and it breaks off. My beard literally breaks off because my hair gets so dry.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
Honey, you go fuck yourself.
especially when you're in the dirt and stuff like I am all the time.
Oh,
Freaking dry, dusty ass desert dirt.
all right, guys. I'm gonna head it. Dream well, Patriots. I will see you tomorrow.
Rock on, brother.
I gotta hit it.
Desert. Yep, Zach types, he reads, all that. He's a smart guy. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's pretty bad. I mean, I've got a dog that can literally open cans, peanut butter jars, knows how to shell her own peanuts. I'm scared one of these days I'm going to come home and see her cooking with an apron on. She's so smart, it's scary. She figures things out. I had a German Shepherd that figured out how to turn a doorknob and open sliding glass doors and ring a doorbell and get over a 6-foot-high fence and everything else. I couldn't keep him in. We actually had to get rid of him because there was no way to contain him. He bit a little girl. He nipped her in the butt and kind of made a little purple mark on her. And the people were going to sue us. And we said, no, we'll just get rid of the dog. And we had to. And I freaking cried for years after that. He was a police dog, full-size German Shepherd. It's the hardest thing to do. I grieve over animals when I lose an animal. Probably worse than I do humans. It's like you get so dialed in with them, you know? I kind of thought Colonel Shaw would come up here with us.
It's not the weekend anymore. It's already Monday morning or oh wait, no. It's Saturday morning in Holland.
Yeah.
So Colonel needs to get his butt on stage. Here's the link. I don't know why I'm thinking it's 2 days ahead of time. That's not good.
Hey, Zach, Colonel Shaw is over there in Holland, in the Netherlands. He's a good friend.
You mentioned the game.
Colonel Shaw is a good friend. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's been with us for the long haul for 6 years now.
Stuck with us.
Colonel needs his coffee and some pastry to get himself moving.
Oh, yeah.
Colin Elsha, they mentioned the game when we were on a pod one day.
Yeah. I don't know why I keep freeze framing here. But that's my phone. Freeze frame.
Well, you said like 3 hours ago that your phone was going to die, and you're still here. So I think you're doing pretty good.
I'm actually connected to the umbilical cord here.
Gotcha. I kind of figured because I heard your phone going off like crazy about 2 hours ago.
So I have to like drop out, come back in, drop out, come back in. You guys can't tell though, but that's what I have to do. So when you go Disney on me, I have to freaking drop out and come back in, and then you're animated again.
Now here's something I'm going to show you, Bill. Have you ever seen this on screen?
What, a flag?
Oh, this.
Okay. Well,
an AR-57.
Okay. That runs The PMAG thing, or I mean the
Yep.
P90
The P90.
type of.
Yep. 5.7 by 28.
Wow.
The way that they designed it, the upper is completely proprietary and accepts those magazines. And you take the magazine out of the magazine well, and it discharges the spent brass down the magazine well. So it shoots straight down at your feet.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to ask you a question. Have you been seeing any 6.5 Grendel ammo around at all?
No, no. I haven't looked for it specifically, but I haven't seen it, pop up anywhere. I can check real quick and see what's available.
Because I've been wanting a 308. I thought, why don't I just get a freaking Bear Creek upper chambered in 6.5 Grendel, and that'll fill the need. It's right on par with the 308. Little lighter bullet, but pretty close. And it'll get out for 1,000 yards. Go ahead, Zach. I'm listening.
Well, hey guys, have a good night.
You leaving us? Okay. Thanks for coming up here and hanging out with us for a while.
Yep. Appreciate the company, dude.
You have a good night. So if I could find 6.5 Grendel ammo, I wouldn't bother doing it if there's no ammo available, but I could probably get a $300 up, $350 upper.
Bad news, my main search aggregator has no results. It's not available online anywhere.
But that's a way, if you were in the need of a bigger caliber, something that performs similar to a 308, you could run it on a regular AR-15 lower receiver and still use the same magazines, because they will load up in a regular AR magazine because the length.
I wasn't aware of that. I thought that was only the 6.8s.
I called two different companies. I called Aero Precision and not Palmetto, Bear Creek, and and the only one that really gave me a straight out answer is their tech guy at J&G Sales, and he says, "Oh yeah, it'll fit right on there. It's mil spec, so you just get a mil spec upper." Because you've got a mil spec lower, which Aero is mil spec.
Mm-hmm.
So he said you could run the same magazines and everything. The bullet, I know that the bullet length was the same as the 223. I knew that already. But anyway, they'll feed in the mags. You just can't get as many of them in a magazine. That's the only problem. And they should feed reliably in a PMAG or anything that you want to use. So 6.5, man, it'd be like just going out and getting an AR-10.
Yeah, the only 6.5 that's available online right now is either the Creedmoor or the 6.5 by 55 Swedish.
Oh no, that's a full length.
Yeah,
that won't fit in the magazine, but the 6.5 Grendel will. It was designed for that, and our military was actually talking about going to that. They were looking at it. It was kind of bothering them that us civilians have better shit than them. Especially when they, over in Afghanistan, they started finding out that, our ammo just wouldn't reach out there like the Afghanis could.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Tavors. That was my next step. The other one was
they're available, but you're gonna pay $3,000 for one.
I'm wondering if a Stayer Og, do they have Stayer Og in 308?
Yes. I haven't seen them available, but they do make them. Yeah.
That's another option.
They make them for the Aussie and the New Zealand designated marksman rifles.
There you go. That's it right there.
Now on screen, do you see that?
That's a Chris.
You ever fuck around with a Chris?
Yes.
I want to try one out so bad.
They're kind of cool. They're reliable, they say. You know.
That's what I've heard. Yeah. And they make them in 10 millimeter, which is, what I like.
We have an indoor range here, where close to where I live, and you can rent them. And I rented one, and I ran a couple of mags through it, and that was it. I wasn't really. The functionality of it just seemed odd to me. Like it would take a little getting used to.
Yeah, because it's a completely different operating system, basically.
Okay,
the entire action and assembly is.
There's zero recoil.
Yeah, that's why it was designed that way.
Yep. So you get quicker follow-up shots. You could do a mag dump in no time and stay on target.
Oh, here's a photo you'll like. Talking about boneyards earlier. This is in Texas right after World War II.
Oh, wow.
They all got melted for the aluminum.
We're having an aluminum shortage right now, didn't you?
Yep. Aluminum scrap prices have been up for about 2 months now.
So save your soda cans.
Yep, I got a ton of them in the barn.
You'll get top dollar for them.
I got a truckload of scrap I got to take to the scrap yard in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, your beer cans, your soda cans, all that stuff. Save it because you're getting top dollar for it right now.
I got a lot of steel that's going to be going too. I got buckets full of brass. I got buckets full of copper. All kinds of shit.
That's awesome.
I got boxes full of fucking circuit boards I need to get rid of too.
I like that thick copper wire. I make stuff out of that. I actually use them as pins on knives too. When I pin a handle on a blade, if I could get the right diameter copper wire, I'll use that over brass. Just because it flattens out nice and everything, and it's easier and it works just fine.
And the exposed end makes a nice patina.
Yeah.
Over time. Yeah.
Sure. Who's the lurkers?
Trying to find out.
There is some lurkers out there.
I think Colonel Shaw and Carpenter might be the only ones left. Maybe Dallas. I'm only showing 6 people watching, so.
Well, it's 11:21 in my time zone.
Yeah. Well, Dallas is here. Someone just showed up drunk. Well, did they share with you? Did they bring you a beer? I would hope so. Just a drunk idiot. Yeah. I tend to call the cops on the drunk idiots in my neighborhood because I don't like drunk drivers in my neighborhood. We have a history on my property of drunks killing people. So in my family, I don't really tolerate it.
Speaking of drunks, which maybe I shouldn't equate it drunkenness to this because it's not necessarily the case, but have you noticed that there aren't hobos anymore? There's homeless, but not hobos that hop freight trains anymore.
Yeah, do you know why that is?
Why is that?
It's because railroads and railroad properties all fall under the jurisdiction of the Federal Railroad Agency. So if you get caught trespassing on a train or in a rail yard, it's automatically a felony.
I didn't know that.
Yep. If you're found walking a railroad track or hopping a train or being, even if you're at an Amtrak station and walking around where you're not supposed to be, they'll arrest you, and it's a fucking felony, trespassing, and you do federal time.
That doesn't seem to deter the graffiti artists. Because I still see a lot of graffiti on the train cars.
Oh yeah, around the major cities, yeah, they can't, protect and guard everything. I have 2 major rail yards here in Cleveland, and the fucking hood rats hang out all over outside the place, and they're always tagging the trains.
So, was it that? When did that start? When did it become a felony like that?
I think it's always been that way, but they only started enforcing it about 20 years ago, pretty hard.
Huh.
Because I used to walk the tracks in the town I lived in before I was here to cut through, so I wouldn't have to walk through the main business district of town. And I got stopped by a railroad guy once who was doing maintenance on the track, and he's like, "You better get the fuck out of here. If I see you here again, I'm gonna, you're going to jail for a year." I'm like, "Really?" And he's like, "Oh yeah."
Wow.
Yeah, because they classify the railroads as critical infrastructure, so they have to secure them a little bit more than normal areas.
Well, there are some videos people have posted on YouTube about hopping freight trains.
Oh yeah, I've seen them. Fuck, Aaron did it, going cross country.
Because that was a culture here in America.
Yep.
It must be legal in Mexico because a lot of those caravans, that's how they get here.
I remember hearing stories about my grandmother giving a lunch to some railroad tramps that were in the neighborhood, and basically told them, "Here's a free meal for you, but you got to get the fuck out of the neighborhood in the next 24 hours. Otherwise, you're going to get chased off."
I was looking at hobo names too, famous hobos. There's like King of the Hobos and freaking Saggy Sally and Little Road Joe and Boxcar Willie. That used to be a thing.
Yeah, me and my father, we used to hang out at some railroad properties, and we'd get really fucked up. We had a close call with the sheriff one night while we were hanging out at a railroad trestle bridge. Cops out in the distance sees our car parked, and he starts shouting at us. He knew where we were at, but he didn't want to hike all the way out there. "What are you guys doing out there? I know you're out there." And I shout back, I'm like, we're being we were hired to photograph the church that's on the rise behind the bridge for their yearly calendar. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, we're doing time-lapse photography. You know, don't park in front of the church. You'll fuck up our picture. He bought it.
I'm kind of wondering if people aren't just more scared to ride the train than they.
I've never hopped a train, but I've ridden Amtrak before. It's fun. I'd rather, you know, fucking travel by train than I would by air.
Yeah.
I took the train from Cleveland to Detroit. I took it to Chicago, back and forth a couple times. It was fun.
Well, they used to bust your head with a billy club, what they called the yard dogs. They'd go around and bust your head with a billy club if they caught you. You know, and the yard dogs, they'd go and check all the box cars, make sure there was nobody in them.
I remember the last time that I rode Amtrak, I bribed one of the conductors or the porters, whatever it was on the train, to let me smoke on the train, because I was like 5 hours into a ride and I was dying for a cigarette. I'm like, hey man, can I, you know, like sit out at the end of the car by your service window and like smoke a cigarette? He's like, man, you can't do that. I'm like, I'll give you $20 to let me fucking smoke a cigarette. He's like, okay.
Good job. There's got to be there's got to be somebody that's doing the hobo life still.
Oh yeah, they are. They're just very low key.
It's just that it was a big thing back in the 40s and 30s and 50s.
Yeah, well, starting in the Great Depression. Yeah.
Yeah. There was no way to get across the country. Nobody had money. You find an empty boxcar, jump in there and go to sleep till you get to your destination. Watch out for the yard dogs.
Yeah. Around here, like nowadays, it's like people, you get homeless people that travel by the freeways. We always have trouble with homeless people around here because we got major interchanges with like the Ohio Turnpike and a couple of the other interstates in the areas. You know, we had a hobo that was living in a sheep shed in my neighbor's backyard. He got found, and you know the police had to escort him off the property and take him to the city limits a couple of years ago.
Huh.
And he's like, yeah, man, I just travel, you know, interstate to interstate, you know, do odd jobs.
Yeah, they have their own language. They have their own way of marking their territory to tell the other hobos where they could get food and everything else.
They had symbols that they would carve in trees and shit.
They'd
mark certain homes and farms in the neighborhoods that were friendly to hobos, and they'd mark places that were not friendly to hobos to keep them away.
Well, one of the actually a few of them, what I was reading about them is they were actually socialists. They were hobos. They were bona fide 100% socialists.
Yeah, because they thought that the state, you know, was providing the railroad, and that was their means of transportation, and they were living off the state.
Well, it is government subsidized. That's another one of our subsidies that comes out of taxpayers.
Oh, yeah.
Because the railroad's got expenses as far as crossings and all that kind of stuff go. And they seem to have priority over everything, including emergency vehicles around here. That might be a way to do it, is just hop a freight. If it wasn't a bad felony. And now that's all that you got facing is a felony. I'm thinking, I don't know how many of these yard dogs would actually call the cops and turn you in and stuff. I don't know if they'd actually do that or not.
Well, I think a lot of that is only, confined to the major cities and stuff. Not all railroad runs through major cities. You got secondary lines and everything. Like around here, yeah, we have a main line that runs, from New York to Chicago, but there's also, subsidiary lines that are south of it that don't get patrolled as much. And I think that's where you're going to find more of your hobos.
Yeah, and the train stops and sits there for 3 days out in the middle of the desert somewhere. That'd suck.
Well, we're not the desert here. There's farm, like all the subsidiary lines, the secondary lines around here are all in rural farm country. So, the hobos can get around and do whatever they need to do.
Well, there's some that stop out in the middle of Nevada for, there's one I think it's in Elko, Nevada. That's where a big gold mine is out there.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard of it.
So that's one that I know of. And the Boraxo mine down in Southern California.
Yeah.
And some other places like that. They stop and there's nothing around.
Yep.
At least one of the videos I was watching, they had one stopped out, probably loading salt. I think they were probably loading salt. It was out on the Great Salt Flats. The guy's like looking around and there's like nothing for miles and miles and miles.
The rail yards that we have here in Cleveland, they're still a Russian nuclear target.
Oh yeah,
because they've been for years because of they serviced. They had spur lines running to all the steel plants, the automotive plants, the tank plant, the airports, the port. Everything. Railroad here in Ohio is pretty big. And they're still talking about high-speed rail transport between like New York and Chicago. That's another thing the Democrats want to dump a bunch of fucking money into. High-speed trains connecting Chicago to New York. It's like you're going to spend $500 billion when it'd be much cheaper just to keep doing what you're doing with the air travel.
And then in the same note, they'll probably be kicking people off their land and everything.
Well, no, they want to just upgrade existing track, but the track is so old that I've ridden it before on Amtrak. The track is bad. They need to completely upgrade the trackage around here, but it would cost a lot of money to do it. Where Amtrak runs here in Ohio, we have areas where the trains can't run more than 25 miles per hour.
They were just upgrading the tracks right here where I live like 2 months ago. They got these trucks that it looks like it is a pickup truck that's got train wheels on it that they can lift them up.
We have them here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and Ohio has this thing that they've been pushing for like the last 30 years. They want to run a high-speed rail link between Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. And it would make sense for like the business travelers that are involved with like regional businesses, but it would cost so much money to pour the infrastructure in because there's no direct rail linkage that's modern enough to handle the traffic.
Well, I was actually paid to be a hobo when I was a truck driver. I was a paid vagabond. Not a whole lot different. Anywhere you hang your hat is home.
Yeah, that's like me when I was in my early 20s when I was homeless for a while. Living in my woods. Home was wherever I decided to pitch my tent that night.
Like that?
Yeah, I had fun doing it.
It's just like camping every day.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad because I had access at night to fresh water and electricity and restroom facilities if I wanted them.
Nice.
Dude, this is crazy. I mean, as far as being homeless goes, I had the best fucking setup. I was in a basically a undeveloped plot of land in the center of my city. There was probably about maybe 200 acres, and it was adjacent to my public library, which was at the time under renovation, and the building was left open with no security. So I had full access to the library. I could go in, I could charge my phone, I could use the restrooms, take a sponge bath, I could, take a fucking hot plate in there and cook some food if I wanted to, but I could, fill my canteens and everything up and get myself clean. And I was living there for about 6 months.
Yeah.
I had fucking wild berries and wild apples and shit all over the place I was eating. I trapped a deer. I was making a little bit of money selling fruit trees. I'd dig them out and, sell them as, saplings and shit.
That's cool.
And then my dad found out that I was doing that. He's like, fuck you. You're moving back home with me. I'm like, okay. You want to be a bum for the rest of your life? I'm like, I'm having fun. I never got bothered by the cops. I only had one person, interact with me the entire time I was back there. He was a construction worker. He was walking, looking for some saplings to pull up, to plant on his yard. And I'm like, yeah. He's like, he comes up to my tent. And he's like, are you living back here? I'm like, kinda. He's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not fucking with anything. He's like, oh, I'm not going to call the cops on you or anything. And I asked him what he was doing back there. And he's like, yeah, I'm just looking for some trees to pull up to plant in my backyard. I'm like, what kind of trees? He's like, red oak and some pine. I'm like, I told him where he could find them. He never bothered me.
Do that where I live. There's nothing here. Not around here. I used to know a place where there was these weird fruit. They were trees that were grafted, and they had fruit, and I could not tell what kind of fruit they were, but they were good. I knew where to get free fruit.
We had this area, it was weird. I say it was undeveloped, but there was a very primitive road network built in there. And I think that like back in like the 1920s, someone tried to put a housing development back there and it failed. And all that was left was like some orchards and a couple like half-ass roads. Like no buildings were built back there. And I found what I later found out were quince trees, which is kind of like a sour, like a cross between an apple and a pear. I ate quince all the time when I was back there. It didn't taste that great, but you could live on it.
They say that the quince is actually an older tree than apples.
I believe it. Yeah.
Well, these trees, they look like they'd been planted 100 years ago and had not been watered. And whoever planted them, you know, they probably had an orchard or something, and they were trying to grow different varieties of fruit on these trees. So they, you know, they had branches grafted from various trees, and eventually they all kind of cross-pollinated
Mm-hmm.
and just developed their own weird fruit, you know.
Yeah.
And it was a vacant lot. My cousin showed it to me, and we went out there. We were picking them and tasted them all. They were all like different kinds of fruits. I don't even know what they were. Probably Monsanto. No, it wouldn't have been Monsanto. They hadn't had any water to them, so you know they were just really old trees that
Yeah.
still were bearing fruit. I don't know how long a fruit tree will live. They seem like they've at least been around since the 1940s or 50s or something. Maybe older than that.
Yeah, like this property had like what I was basically I lived on berries for a couple of months. There was a huge thicket of wild blackberries that were growing along an old freshwater spring, and I picked probably 500 pounds of berries and lived off of berries for pretty much 2 months.
I could do that. I'm a fanatic over berries, man. I love blackberry. They're like the perfect fruit.
Yeah, you know, use the fruit, and then I was taking the leaves and making tea out of them.
So
I
that
used some of the old vine. You know, I scaled the thorns off of them and made rope out of them. You know, make for my shelters and shit.
raspberry leaf is good for young people going through puberty. No, it really is. Helps to balance out your hormones and stuff. It's got nutritional value to it too.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you can eat the shoots. You can make tea out of the leaves. I think you can take the roots and roast them and make kind of like chicory type coffee.
Oh, I didn't know that. All I know is we don't have any that grow around here.
But the berries were great. Yeah.
I could go up in the mountains and I found red raspberries in the mountains here, thickets of them, and currants. You ever heard of currant berries?
Yeah, they're not too common around here, but a few people in the neighborhood have them as like ornamental trees. I've had the currant jelly before and currant jam. It's delicious. And
yeah.
Currant wine. Oh, that's good fucking wine.
So currants, they grow wild up in the up here in the Rockies. They're all over the place. And then there's another one called silver buffalo berry. They're good too. Really, really sweet, really delicious. So many different kinds of berries here.
Now, one of my favorite memories of growing up here and visiting the farm when I was a little kid was going picking wild strawberries with my grandmother.
Yeah, we have them here too.
Oh, they taste so much better than store-bought strawberries. They're tiny, though.
Yep. My strawberries are about 4 years old. My strawberry plants, and they're not bearing very much fruit anymore. And they're really small strawberries. They're almost not even edible. And usually the spiders get to them before I can.
Yeah, I haven't seen any on my property in 20 years.
Yeah, they diminish eventually. That's a sad thing. If you're lucky, maybe a few fruit will fall and the seeds will repropagate them.
Yeah.
And there's, I found a place where there's a lot of grapes that are not tended to. A lot of Concord grapes
Yep, same here.
grow on fences and everything.
I have them growing on my barn.
And they're great too. Love Concord grapes. And the seeds are really good for you.
Yep.
Grape seed extract. I think everybody's left the chat. See, Dallas commented a few times.
Lurkers need to sound off.
If they don't, maybe we need to pull the plug on the chat here.
I don't know. Colonel Shaw might be lurking in the background.
Have coffee.
I'm only showing 4 people watching, so. Yeah.
Oh,
The other thing that we got growing on my property that you can eat is cattails.
yeah.
I have a drainage ditch that runs along the south property line of my property, and we've had cattails ever since I was a kid. You can dig up the tubers and cook them like potatoes, and you can the young shoots you can eat, the young flower heads you can fry in butter and eat, or you can let the flower heads mature and you can harvest the pollen and use it as bread flour or as like a substitute for flour to add in, to bulk out your existing flour.
To extend it.
Yeah. But I've the only time I've ever eaten cattails, I've boiled and mashed the tubers. They're just like mashed potatoes.
What about the stalks down about a foot up from the base?
Only the young growth is like you can eat, but I wouldn't eat anything past a couple of weeks.
And then right inside where you pull the leaf off the stalk a little bit, there's this slimy stuff. That's a natural paint killer.
Yep, it's an anaglycic. Yep.
Yeah.
Like willow bark. I got a big ass willow tree that's growing out of my pond that I need to start harvesting some bark from so I can get some natural aspirin.
And you can use the leaves of the stalks actually for a roof on a shelter.
I'm actually thinking this willow tree is kind of like a clump tree. It's got like 6 or 7 main stalks that form the base of the tree. I want to put I want to like nail in a platform probably about 15 feet high up in between a bunch of the branches as a deer blind. Because the deer come around and, it grows right out of the side of the pond, and the deer come to the pond to drink.
Did you know that dry grasses could be used as a jacket for the wintertime?
Oh, yeah. You can weave and braid dry grass to make rope,
sandals,
garments, all kinds of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. A little bit of, rawhide, some deer skin and some grass, rope. You got yourself a pair of sandals or moccasins.
Otzi, I think he had a grass jacket.
I've seen him.
I think Otzi, the Iceman, I think they found a grass jacket on him or something.
I saw a grass jacket that was painted and decorated at the Cherokee Nation Museum out in Tennessee at Smoky Mountains National Park. It was like 300 years old, preserved, 100%. It was beautiful.
Probably keep you warm.
Yeah. Yeah. People used to make jackets out of the grass as the outer layer, and they would coat them with pine tar to make them weatherproof. And then they would stuff them with flowery type seed, like cottonwood seed that had insulation value for warmth in the wintertime.
Yeah, the jackets I saw, they were just, the one that Otzi had, it didn't have any stuffing or anything in it. It was just a crude grass jacket he was wearing.
I've seen pictures of outer garments that were like fashioned with birch bark as like a rain repellent. They had them they had them sewed into a jacket, so it was like shingled from the bottom up.
Yeah,
like you're shingling a house, and it was like a natural water repellent, outer garment. Pretty fucking cool.
Well, it's real papery and strong.
Nice and lightweight.
Mm-hmm.
I still want to make me a birch bark canoe. That's kind of like my life dream.
I saw the Fremont Indians over here. They had decoys, duck decoys made out of grasses.
Mm-hmm.
But they looked just like ducks. They had them painted or dyed or whatever. They looked just like ducks though. I mean, it might have freaked out a duck and made him think, oh, yeah, it's another duck. I don't know.
Yeah, we don't see that much duck around here. In my area, you see like maybe one duck for every 500 geese. The geese they're becoming a problem species, the Canada goose.
Yeah, they put a stop on hunting Canada geese.
Well, around here, if the state would allow it, I'd be more than happy to have people come over and shoot all the geese at my place. Because I get, like in the springtime, you get about maybe 200 or 300 of them that congregate on the pond on my property. And then they're all around the backyard and the edge of the field. And then once the farmer that rents the field plants his crops, they're there for the next 2 months trying to eat all the seed.
Well, maybe Carpenter will come out and shoot a bunch of them.
Well, I'm in a city. You can't do that here.
Oh.
Yeah.
That didn't stop the Vietnamese from killing all the ducks.
We have the state of Ohio, their Division of Wildlife. You can apply for a nuisance permit for deer, but they don't allow it for birds because technically the geese are covered under the National Wildlife Act or whatever. Because they're a migratory bird, and the most we can do, we can put decoys out in the field. The farmer puts out coyote decoys to scare the geese, but they pretty much ignore them.
The cranes over here were protected, the sandhill cranes.
Yeah,
but I didn't know that they actually were a game bird. That people used to shoot them. And eat them.
Yeah,
sandhill cranes. It's supposed to be good, I guess. I don't know.
We have our county metro park system here. We have one park in my city that's called Crane Hill, Reservation, because they have a historic population of cranes that come back every year. And now they've got bald eagles nesting on the property there. We get a lot of bird watchers out there keeping an eye on them. Yeah.
That's cool. We've got lots of bald eagles here too.
We've got a couple nests in our town. One of them's on that's been there for like 10 years. It's on the property of one of the middle schools, and they have a webcam on the tree on the nest, and you can watch it 24 hours a day. Fuck, last year we get osprey around here too. Last year when one day I was standing out the back of the store having a smoke break, and we have probably like a 3-acre pond retention basin behind my store, and I saw what was either an osprey or an immature bald eagle. I couldn't tell the difference.
They're hard to tell.
Yeah, it was flying around the pond doing circles, and then it dove down and caught a fish and came up with the fish and flew off, and I was like, oh, that's so fucking cool.
Yeah, I saw them in Oregon, ospreys. We don't have them out here where I live, though.
We had a lot of them where I was working up in Canada. We had cormorants. They're fucking nasty birds.
Well, Japanese use them for fishing. They tie a thing around their neck so they can't swallow the fish. And they turn the cormorants loose, and they go down and catch fish and bring it back to the boat.
John Sua's in the chat. What's up, John?
Hello, John Sua. I think cormorants are a beautiful bird, though. There's a lot of art in Japan that show cormorants. Kind of a revered bird over there.
Well, where I was at in Canada, they would always line up in groups and spread their wings out to dry after they were fishing, and they would just be standing there with their wings spread drying for like an hour in the sun. They just look really strange.
Huh. They're just such a beautiful bird, though.
We had a couple of islands up there that you couldn't approach by canoe or by boat because they were infested with gulls and terns. And they were some of the most... I set foot on the one island for about 20 minutes once, just to see what it was all about. And it was the most disgusting place on earth that I've ever visited. Because it's basically a granite island popping out of the Great Lakes, and the only topsoil on the island is about 6 inches of bird shit and dead birds, that have accumulated over the years, and you can smell the island from like a couple of miles away because of all the uric acid that the birds are crapping on the island and everything. Oh, it was fucking foul. Wow. You'd see birds nesting in piles of dead birds. It was gross as fuck.
Wonder what they use for nesting materials.
Dead birds.
Ugh.
Old feathers and whatever, scrap. Around there, basically blueberries were one of the predominant wild species of plants. So you get blueberries, old shoots and branches as nesting material.
Wow.
You couldn't walk 10 feet up there without finding blueberries. That's how prevalent the blueberries were. We were so sick of blueberries by the end of the summertime that we didn't want to see a fucking blueberry.
I love blueberries.
You'd eat them every fucking day.
And they're super good for you.
Yeah.
In fact, they have well, they actually have a lot of the same characteristics as elderberry and bilberry. Bilberry is a European version of a blueberry,
Yep.
and it's good for your eyesight.
Now, have you ever heard of snowberry?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like an Arctic cousin of the raspberry and the strawberry. It's kind of flavorless. It doesn't have that much taste to it. Very mild, but it's super chock full. It's one of the highest concentrated vitamin C plants that you can find.
What color is it?
Like almost white to pale pink. Very lightly colored. Yeah. You only find it up in Canada and Greenland and Norway and Sweden and Finland and shit like that.
What about huckleberries?
From what I've heard, that's more of like a West Coast thing. Find it like out in Oregon and Washington and California.
It's up in when I was up in Montana, I saw they sold huckleberry jam everywhere. Never bought any though. It was overpriced. I think they wanted. This was back in the 90s. I think they wanted like $16 for a little tiny jar of it.
Yeah.
I saw it up in Alaska too. Have you ever tried chaga?
Is that the mushroom?
Yeah, it grows on birch trees.
No. I'm not a mushroom eater.
Doesn't it hardly tastes like a mushroom though. I mean it's not an actual mushroom. It's a type of fungus that grows on birch trees. I drink chaga tea. It's got qualities that cures cancer and all kinds of other stuff. Prevents cancer, cures it.
Yeah, where I worked up in Canada, when we were on the trail, we tried to cook, our meals on the trail with wood fires as often as we could to save. We always carried around little Coleman camp stoves, as a backup, but we tried to cook with wood as much as possible. And up there, most of the wood was spruce, and that's not a very good cooking fire because of all the resin and all that shit.
Sure.
So the only hardwood that was up there basically was birch for softwood, and we would cook. I learned to like to cook steaks and burgers on a birch fire. You got to be careful with it because it burns so fucking fast and hot.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you almost have to make an entire bed of charcoal out of the birch and then cook over the charcoal.
Well, they save birch for fire starter.
Yeah, the outer part of the bark, yeah. I used to keep a tin of shaved birch bark with me as my emergency tinder when I was traveling.
What about under that white papery stuff? Use that part of the bark too for anything?
The meaty part, you can actually, if you get long enough strips of it, you can, make rope out of it.
I know that.
You can make birch tea out of that. It has a lot of vitamin C in it. You can make birch cups. You can boil water and make a soup with a birch cone, if you have that inner membrane, as long as you don't let the fire get above the water line, the vessel won't burn. There's some kind of natural enzyme or something in the bark that prevents it from burning if you keep the fire below the water line. And you can take a cone of the birch and make a moose call.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I tell you, man, moose, that's some of the tastiest fucking wild game I've ever had in my life. I had moose chili twice when I was up there, made by the natives, the First Nation people. We had a couple First Nation reservations in the area that we canoed in, and I had some moose chili up there. Oh my God, it was fucking delicious.
If you live in Alaska and you get your name on a list up there, if a moose gets hit, you can get they'll let you harvest whatever from it.
We have that here with the deer. My local city, our police department has a call list for roadkill deer. You know, you got to be kind of high up on the list in order to get something, but yeah, we get a lot of whitetail killed here on the roads here in my town, at least one a week.
Whitetail's delicious.
Oh yeah.
But deer meat, it's such high protein and low fat. You got to add fat to it.
Well, yeah, if you're going to make ground.
Well, yeah, or a soup.
Yeah.
Which that's what I do a lot. Is I make stews, and I just add coconut oil, or avocado oil, whatever.
Yeah, around here we have commercial butchers that'll process your deer for you, and they add pork fat to it.
Yeah, pork fat's all right. That's the purpose of bacon.
Yep.
Bacon lubricates the pan before you cook your eggs.
Now, I've heard that wild boar or feral pig is some of the best bacon that you can eat, as long as they're not eating garbage.
Yeah.
That goes with anything. It tastes like what it eats.
What would javelina taste like?
Probably pretty good if it's living in the bush and not around the cities. I've heard the same thing about armadillo. Armadillo is supposed to be pretty good if you can get a wild one.
Prickly pear cactus is good.
Oh, have you ever had prickly pear cactus honey?
No, but if I've ate the fruit.
Oh, I've eaten the fruit. It's good. But honey that's made with prickly pear cactus nectar, that's some of the best honey you'll ever eat in your life.
Wow.
There's a place in Arizona that sells it. I buy a pint of it every year.
There's another honey that's really valuable called fireweed honey.
I've heard of firewood, but I've never heard of it with honey.
Fireweed is say like a meadow that's been burned, that's had a fire.
I know what it is.
Oh, okay. But the honey from it is really, really good. I had some. It's one of the most amazing tasting honeys you'll ever try. I tried it. Well, the honey I have here is from my locality, and it's raw honey. I use raw honey, and I use it pretty often. Very good for you, and it'll make you. That's how I got rid of all my allergies.
Oh yeah, it's super hypoallergenic. It lasts forever. That the honey that Jack was talking about last year from Australia, that Manuka honey, that's supposed to be like fucking life-changing shit as far as the health benefits go.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's expensive though.
We have
like
clover honey.
a pint jar costs you about $45-$50 on Amazon.
Yeah, if you harvest a deer from out in the desert that's been eating sagebrush, you could taste the sage in the deer.
Yeah, it goes with any animal that you harvest. You're gonna taste what it eats. Like I've had raccoon that have lived off of a farm, and it tastes good. And I've had raccoon that live outside of a city, and it tastes like fucking garbage because that's what they eat is fucking garbage. I've eaten groundhog on the farm here. You know, it's all grass. All it eats is fucking grass and weeds. It's not that bad. I wouldn't want to make a steak out of it. I make ground beef out of it, but you could live. Now, I've had coyote. I wouldn't want to eat that again unless it was in a dire straight survival situation. Same with skunk and possum. You could eat it like but it tastes like shit.
Yeah. And I'm starting to fall asleep here. My eyes are drooping.
All right. Yeah, it's about 2:15 here. And no one's left in the chat. Everybody's quiet. So sounds like a good time to call it a night.
Yeah. Anybody out there, I hope you have a good night.
Y'all take care, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Have a good night.
Yeah, take care, Troy.